Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first On the Frontlines forum, co-hosted by the American Jewish Committee and the Representative Council of the French Jewish Institutions, CRIF. It is so nice to see all of you today in Sciences Po in Paris. Hello, Daniela.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Bonjour. My name is Daniela Rabbani. Professionally, I'm a classically trained actress and a filmmaker, and I host a podcast called Mom Curious that goes into womanhood and identity. But today I come to you as a proud Jew, as a mother of two sweet Jewish children back in Brooklyn, New York, and someone who is really deeply curious and concerned about what it means to be Jewish in today's world, especially here in France. I know that I represent many of the Americans here who are looking to learn from you and to understand your experience, because in just the past 2 months, there have been 3 violent anti-Semitic attacks carried out in the United States. That's new for us. And that number is quickly growing, especially if you look globally. And while the statistics are shocking, I wanted to share a little bit of my personal experience with you. Of course. I, the daughter of Israelis, my father is a Yom Kippur War veteran. My brother served in the IDF. My sister survived a terror attack. I didn't know that anti-Semitism wasn't a thing of the past, but a real present threat in my life in Brooklyn, New York, until I was 36 years old. Because like many people, I grew up in the United States really believing that it is our duty as the Jewish people to stand up for other communities, because we had come so very far. I really did believe that my grandparents who survived the Holocaust had closed out a chapter of our oppression story, and unfortunately I was very wrong. Because in May 2021, anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic rhetoric, blood libel, had exploded right in the palm of my hand on my phone. And so I took to Instagram, which was my platform at the time to advocate for the Jewish people and Israel. And it has not been easy. I'm sure I speak for so many of us here that it is not easy. The cost of speaking out emotionally, socially, and yes, professionally is very real. But the cost of not speaking out is really dangerous. So I want to tell you what I've learned, okay? What I've learned is that Jewish advocacy cannot be done alone. We need each other, which is why we're all here. So I've mentored younger advocates, newer advocates, and worked very closely with the Tel Aviv Institute and helped create spaces where Jewish creators and change makers could come together, not in a formal panel, although this is really nice, but simply to really talk to each other, to collaborate and to lift each other up, because when it gets hard, and it really does get very hard, we do need community just like this. We need camaraderie, and we need a sense of shared purpose. Because it turns out the most radical act in Jewish advocacy today is not the perfect post. It is showing up for each other, which is what we're doing here today as American and French Jews. So that's my little spiel, but I'm mostly here to learn and to listen and to really understand what's going on here in France for the Jewish community. I think the next evolution of Jewish advocacy is not just fighting back, it's really coming together so that we can advocate maybe with different perspectives and different voices, but ka'am echad, belev echad, as one nation with one heart. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Daniela, for being here and for everything that you shared. And I think you're right. You're totally right. It is so important to be here today, probably more than ever, actually. And it's also deeply moving to be here. You know, when we prepared this forum, Daniela and I spoke via Zoom, and Daniela said a sentence that I remember. She said, "It is sad but it has to be said. And we have to address also difficult topics today. And, you know, Daniela, I'm what we call a professional Jew. Because besides being a proud AJC access leader in Paris, I'm also working at CRIF, the Representative Council of the French Jewish Institutions, for 8 years now as the head of international affairs. And so, you know, I've chosen to dedicate a large part of my life, professionally and personally, to the Jewish community and to fight against anti-Semitism. So it's a choice. And this commitment and this choice, as you know, comes with consequences. You know, just a few months ago, after October 7, actually, for instance, I was excluded from a group of friends that I had for more than 10 years. They asked me to change my job, so I would, in their word, stop contributing to the murder of Palestinian babies. They even offered me to find a new job, you know, that was so thoughtful of them. And eventually they told me that you could die, you dirty Zionist, and no one will miss you. Well, that's one kind of violence. But there's another kind, another level of fear and threats. And you know, I'm going to be very honest with you today. Many times over the past 8 years, when I leave the office at night, sometimes I'm alone in the office, and to exit the building, I have to go through a corridor. And sometimes I picture someone waiting for me at the end of the hallway with a gun, ready to shoot me. And, you know, I'm sure I'm not the only one who ever had this thought in this room. And I also think that Sarah Milgrim also probably imagined that, considering her job and her commitments. And you know, I keep wondering, when it's not just in your head, when it actually happens in real life, what is it? What's happening to you, you know? So I want to use this platform today to remind the public and political figures, the diplomats, everyone here who has a leadership position, that words and actions matter. Your words and action matter. You have a huge responsibility, because at the end of the day, you can be misheard by the wrong people, and that could lead to Washington, D.C. all over again, and that could lead also to all of us here being shot at some point, leaving the office at night.
I want to thank you so much, because it is sad, but you said it. And it's something that we did discuss early on in our preparation for today. How do we tell the truth about our situation as Jews, not just in France, but in America now too? And I don't think we're allowed to gaslight ourselves anymore. We cannot spend our time convincing people that anti-Semitism is a problem. It is violent, it is dangerous, it is deadly, and we need tools to move forward together. I really look forward to hearing from our esteemed speakers, because for a long time we have been dancing around this issue, and unfortunately we just don't have the luxury to do so anymore. Thank you so much for your work.
Of course, I'm happy to have this arena to do it and to share the stage with you, because I know what you do is important, and you know, social media and everything, like speak, as you say, like being outspoken about it. Like we need to say things, and it's also, you know, I talk about consequences in the beginning. We have maybe bad consequences, but we have also very good things happening when you're committed for the Jewish community, and this room is a good example. You know, both of us, I'm sure, we found more than a community, we found a family with the AJC and the Access group, and over the years, and I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful to see so many people coming from the US today to be with us, to learn from us, and this is something we should cherish, because we are not alone. This is a good proof of it, and I'm happy to see today more than 30 Access leader, young leader, future leadership of the Jewish people here in the room. It's amazing, and thank you so much for committed that much. And I think it's a good transition, talking about leadership, to welcome on stage my friends and my fellow Access member in Paris, Joanne Elbaz, so she can share a few words about Sarah and Yaron and carry a message that will be with us for the whole day today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary-Sarah and Daniela, for this amazing introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Joanne, and I'm part of the AJC Access Board here in Paris. I'm French, and I'm a friend of Sarah Milgram's, who was tragically murdered on May 21st, along with her partner, Yoran Lechinsky, in Washington, D.C. I met Sarah in Morocco last September during our Sachs Fellowship trip, an amazing program, organized by AJC and the Mimouna Association, which some of you may know. It's an organization dedicated to fostering Jewish-Muslim dialogue in Morocco and preserving the country's Jewish heritage. Sarah was American. She was from Kansas, and she was the first Jewish person from Kansas I'd ever met. She was working at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., where she spent a year and a half tirelessly helping hostage families in their advocacy efforts with the US government and supporting October 7 victims of sexual violence to ensure that their voices were being heard. Before that, Sarah worked in Israel with Tech2Peace, an organization that fosters exchanges and dialogue between Israelis and Palestinians through the tech sector. Sarah had taken on deeply demanding and emotionally challenging roles, but she did so with unwavering conviction, fully aware that this was her life's mission. She also devoted all of her energy to defending the state of Israel, while also deeply believing that the country's future depended on its ability to forge lasting and meaningful peace in the region. Sarah met Yaron at the embassy. He was Christian, Israeli, and they had planned to meet his family in Jerusalem last week, after nearly a year of being together. They had many plans for the future. They were about to move in together, and they were preparing also to get engaged. She had shared these hopes with me just a few weeks ago in New York as we were walking through Central Park between two sessions of the AJC Global Forum. Some of this may already be familiar to some of you through news reports, but I also wanted to share with you a few more personal reflections about the person that I came to know during our time in Morocco and in New York, and that these moments are, in my view, they revealed much about Sarah's character. So at first, Sarah, she came across as quiet and reserved. She tended to open up, I would say, in more intimate settings. And it was through these private conversations that I really came to see the depth of who she was. Sarah had a sharp, witty sense of humor, sarcastic, and often unexpected. I remember her saying, as we sat on a bench in Central Park with members of AJC and Mimouna, "How funny is it that we all took a plane from 4 different continents to sit on this bench in Central Park and talk about life?" That simple remark has stayed with me and continues to resonate. Sarah really took the time to appreciate life, even in the smaller moments. Sarah also had a deep curiosity and genuine appreciation for other cultures. While our Sachs Fellowship cohorts went shopping in the Souk of Essaouira, she chose instead to visit a mosque with locals that were accompanying us on the trip. While we visited the Majorelle Garden in Marrakesh, she had preferred to experience a traditional Moroccan hammam with members of the Mimouna Association. She really approached every visit with a thoughtful intensity and an evident respect for the culture that she was just discovering. Sarah was remarkably humble, although she likely had one of the most emotionally demanding jobs amongst the entire group. She only spoke of her work in private and more intimate conversations. But despite her reserved nature, it was obvious that Sarah had an adventurous spirit. She was one of the few who happily agreed to ride a camel while a Berber orchestra was playing in front of us, in front of a couscous restaurant in Agadir, a truly surreal scene. As you know, Sarah loved animals, and especially dogs. She had grown up with them in Kansas and had one, Andy, in Washington. And every day, she would go home from work on her lunch break to feed and walk him. Lastly, you may have noticed from the pictures that Sarah had bright, clear eyes and a deeply thoughtful gaze. To me, they reflected the depth of her soul and the empathy and compassion that defined her. May we all strive to carry within us the quiet strength that Sarah embodied. I know that wherever she is now, with Yaron, she's urging us to carry forward with humility, courage, and dedication the commitments and ideals that she held so dearly. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Joanne, for what you shared about Sarah and Yaron, and we will carry them with us through the whole day today. It is now my honor to welcome on stage the director of the AJC France office, Anne-Sophie Seban-Bécache, and Robert Ejnes, director of the Representative Council of the French Jewish Institutions. Please give them a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. It's really not easy to speak after such moving tribute, especially in a moment as painful as this one for Jews, but for all people of conscience around the world. And yet, I stand here with a deep sense of pride. Today, more than ever, on behalf of the American Jewish Committee, it is my honor to welcome you to the inaugural French-American Forum on Antisemitism. First and foremost, I would like to thank Sciences Po, the university I had the great pleasure of attending over a decade ago, and which I still hold close to my heart. It is striking how much the times have changed. Today, hosting a forum like this one in this elite institution can almost be seen, and it's unacceptable, as an act of courage. And I want to express my deep gratitude to Mr. Vassi, the director of Sciences Po, and his team, as well as to our close friends at Sciences Po, Mr. François Elbron and Mr. Dominique Régnier, for their unwavering and courageous support within this institution and beyond.
Good morning. As Executive Director of CRIF, I'm equally honored to welcome you here today. Given the current events, this forum is more than just a conference. It's a declaration that France and the United States, together with our civil societies, will neither remain silent nor retreat in the face of rising hatred. On the contrary, we are more than mobilized than ever. Your presence here is not only meaningful, it's essential. It's particularly moving to welcome you here in Sciences Po, and I join Anne-Sophie in expressing gratitude to the Dean and faculty of the school. This gratitude is especially meaningful given that just a few months ago, like many American educational institutions, this building was a scene of hateful expressions targeting Jews in Israel. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for standing with us this morning.
It's a privilege to organize this vital gathering together with CRIF. This forum is not only a reflection of the enduring partnership and genuine friendship between our two organizations, it's also a powerful testament to the strength of our unity and resilience in the face of one of the most challenging moments of our recent history. The forum was born on a clear and urgent conviction. While France and America differs in history, culture, and politics, we face strikingly similar challenges today. These challenges threaten our democracies, our Jewish communities, and the very idea of free societies where no one should fear being attacked for who they are. Antisemitism is a global threat. France and the United States are home to the two largest Jewish communities in the world, and that's why we felt a responsibility as two organizations deeply committed to this cause to help lead the way, to demonstrate our renewed determination to rise to this moment that match the pace and the urgency of the phenomenon.
We too at CRIF are very proud for the joint organization with AJC. We come together today not only to share ideas, but to take action. to bring together our expertise, determination, and solidarity. From the very beginning, we wanted this forum to focus on youth, the next generation and our future. That's where we find our biggest challenges and our most powerful solutions. When we started programming this conference, we couldn't have imagined the tragic loss of Yaron Lishinsky and Sarah Milgrim on Wednesday, May 21st. The couple who had attended an annual Young Diplomat reception at the Capitol Jewish Museum in central Washington, D.C., was shot as they were leaving the building. They represented the hope we aim to build. This assassination strengthens our determination, and it's now our responsibility to ensure that this moment counts, to make it meaningful, lasting, and impactful. Together, we promise we will not be shaken. Together, we will rise stronger.
And before I pass the mic, I just want to take a moment to sincerely thank the exceptional AJC team in Paris, my colleagues Brigitte, Valerie, and Sarah, my dear colleagues Alexandra, Holly, Dana, and Alisa from AJC offices in Boston, Washington, and New York. Your tireless efforts, especially over these past few particularly challenging, difficult days for our organization, have been essential to making this day a success. So thank you.
It's also my privilege to thank the exceptional CRIF team, Marisara, Avishai, Joanna, Veronique, Margot, and Victoria, whose tireless efforts made today's event possible. And now we're delighted to call our two leaders on stage, Mr. Ted Deutsch, CEO of the American Jewish Committee,
and Mr. Yonatan Arfi, President of the CRIF. Please join us.
Hello, everybody, distinguished speakers and panelists, dear friends from France, from the United States, and from all around the world, dear team of CRIF, of AJC, and of course of Sciences Po, which hosts us today. It's a true honor to welcome you here today in Paris for the very first On the Frontlines Forum on Antisemitism, jointly organized and hosted by CRIF and our dear partners of the American Jewish Committee. Let me start by extending a very warm welcome to Ted Deutsch, CEO of the American Jewish Committee. Ted, your leadership, your friendship, and of course your commitment to fighting antisemitism globally mean a great deal to all of us. This forum is being held at a moment of grief and urgency. Just 2 weeks ago, as you know, a tragic act of antisemitism took place in Washington, D.C., claiming the lives of Sarah Milgrim and Yaron Lishinsky. Both of them were deeply committed to fighting antisemitism and have dedicated a large part of their lives to make the world a better place. As you know, Sarah was an AJC Access leader, and I want to send my deep sympathy to the whole AJC family today. In France, we know these patterns way too well. We have faced them for more than 2 decades here in this country. We have cried for Ilan Halimi, for Sarah Halimi, for Mireille Knoll, for the victims of the Toulouse shooting attack, of the Hypercacher grocery attack, and many others. These tragedies have shaped our understanding of what it means to live under the shadow of hate. Our experience, as painful as it is, must become a source of learning and solidarity. The fight against antisemitism cannot be fought alone. It's a global battle, and we must stand united against it. Our European and American democracies share a common destiny, sometimes for the better and sometimes for the worse. This has been particularly true in recent months, with the important surge of violence and intimidation on campuses, universities and schools, targeting Jewish and Zionist students under the false pretext of supporting the Palestinian cause. These demonstrations have been especially intense in the United States and have echoed within the French universities, especially here at Sciences Po. I would like here to publicly commend Louis Vassy, director of Sciences Po, for his commitment to confronting antisemitism in such a renowned institution of learning. Antisemitism in France has never disappeared. It changed, it adapted, and after October 7, it returned with new violence and new excuses. Today, antisemitism hides behind the mask of anti-Zionism, as if calling for the destruction of Israel were any less hateful than attacking a synagogue. We must say this clearly and without fear. Anti-Zionism has become the most socially accepted form of antisemitism in our societies, and it must be fought as such. For one simple reason: it kills Jews. But we are not powerless. This forum is a declaration. France and the United States together must lead the fight against antisemitism by example. Last November, a French and American intergovernmental dialogue on antisemitism was held here in Paris. It was a crucial moment, and I want to recognize the public and political authorities who have made the fight against antisemitism a priority at that time. I'm especially pleased to welcome back Ambassador Deborah Lipstadt, the former US Special Envoy to monitor and combat antisemitism. Deborah, you were with us in November, and we are honored to have you here again. I also want to highlight the important initiative led by French Minister Aurore Berger, who launched and hosted the Conference on Combating Antisemitism, placing a strong and commendable focus on education. We must carry that work, not only in ministries, but also here, and here in and with the civil society. Because we know that this fight must be waged from above, but it must also be grounded in every layer of society, in schools, in universities, in workplaces, in cultural institutions, and on social media platforms. The topic of this forum is crucial: the youth. Because if we want to win this fight in the long term, we must start with the next generation. We must educate, not only to remember the past, but to shape a brighter future. We must give our youth the tools to resist hatred, to understand history, to recognize propaganda, and to stand proudly in their identities. Young Jews today face challenges we never imagined. To be Jewish is to be targeted, to be silenced, or even physically threatened. This reality is becoming the norm, and we must break that norm. We will not be silent, we will not be afraid, and we will not give up on the idea that a Jew can walk safely in Paris, in Washington, D.C., or anywhere else in the world. Let us ensure that in 25 years, we are not still hearing new names of Jewish victims, but rather celebrating a generation that grew up free of fear. Thank you.
Jonathan, thank you very much for the powerful words. Thanks to Robert and Sophie for the introduction. I'd also like to thank the entire AJC Paris team and everyone at AJC who's contributed so much to help make today happen. Despite the heightened anxiety and pressure of organizing a major event like this under difficult circumstances, everyone who played a role here, everyone on the team who contributed, demonstrated exceptional resilience and professionalism, and for that, I'm immensely grateful. And I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation to the family of the late Congresswoman Nita Lowey, including her grandson Elon, who may be here or is coming here. I want to thank them for their commitment to Nita's lifelong work and for their support of this conference and to help make all of this possible. Nita was a dear friend of mine and a remarkable public servant. I miss her dearly, and I am quite certain she would be thrilled with today's event. This conference, unfortunately, couldn't be happening at a more critical time. On Sunday, an attacker in Colorado threw Molotov cocktails at a group that was marching, calling for the release of the hostages that Hamas terrorists have held for over 600 days. His goal, successfully, was to set Jews on fire. He shouted, "End Zionists, end Zionists, and Palestine is free." This is what we have been warning against since the surge of anti-Semitism started post-October 7th. Just this past weekend, only minutes from here in Paris, 2 synagogues and the Shoah Memorial were defaced. These blood-boiling and raging instances of anti-Semitism from just the last 2 weeks are after what happened in Washington, D.C. Sarah and Yaron, 2 innocent, beautiful, beautiful souls, were murdered as they left an AJC event at a Jewish museum in our nation's capital. They spent their final evening surrounded by peers, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Israelis, Arabs, Palestinians, working to ease the suffering across the Middle East. Sarah and Yaron were stolen from us. They had their entire lives ahead of them. They were reportedly preparing to get engaged the very next weekend in Israel. Yaron already had the ring. This devastating anti-Semitic attack was shocking not only because these 2 beautiful souls were lost, but because we know that it could have happened to any one of us anywhere in the world, because our own sense of fragile security has been shattered. In the days following Sarah and Yaron's murder, as Jewish communities worldwide were grieving, mourning, and offering comfort, something else was happening. Jewish institutions, from synagogues to schools, community centers, advocacy groups, were reassessing the very security that enables our communities to live safe and public lives. Not because there were credible threats, but because we know that what happened to Sarah and Yaron could have happened at any synagogue, any Jewish event, visiting a kosher supermarket, or simply walking around. Here in Paris, AJC and the CRIF strengthened our security for this conference out of an abundance of caution. Why? Because what happened to Jews in Washington, what happens every day to Jews in Washington, D.C. impacts Jews in Paris. We are all connected, one people, one family, one heart. Nowhere in the global fabric of the Jewish people is that global fabric more vividly woven than in our 2 countries, in France and the United States. Together we are home to the 2 largest Jewish communities outside of Israel. 2 democracies where the crisis of anti-Semitism is among the most visible and among the most urgent, especially for the next generation. And by and large, that's you. I don't need to tell you that because you're living it. According to AJC's data, 1 in 4 French Jews say they've been the victim of an anti-Semitic attack, with young Jews more likely to be targets. In the US, 73% of Jews feel less secure than they did a year ago, and 56% have changed their behavior out of fear of anti-Semitism. Today's young people are the business leaders, the politicians, the doctors, the lawyers of the future. And because these young people are the future, our future, we cannot let this anti-Semitism and these attitudes take root among their peers in this generation. In the US and France, we need leaders to stand up and say clearly that it is unacceptable that Jews feel unsafe gathering together. It's crazy that we've accepted checkpoints and armed guards and metal detectors and tactical police units standing outside of synagogues on Shabbat as a normal part of Jewish life. It's not normal. It's not normal, and we should never accept it as such. This is not the way to live freely. If the only way that we can gather safely is behind fortresses and armed guards, then it is in fact the future of liberal democracy that is at risk. So the task before us today is clear. Just as France and the United States have stood shoulder to shoulder, and we're so grateful with our partnership with CRIF, we've stood shoulder to shoulder, the US and France, in war and in peace, in fights for independence, freedom, and liberty on both of our shores over centuries. We must stand together once more. This time, in the face of growing hatred that threatens not just the Jewish people, but the very democratic ideals that we cherish. Anti-Semitism is not only about age-old prejudice against Jews. At a time when extremist ideologies and disinformation are infiltrating our democratic societies, especially among young people, our shared values are chipped away. And this extremism provides a dangerous modern justification for anti-Semitism. It's what fuels violence against Jews. So we need you, our courageous, compassionate, and committed young leaders, to be the ones who mend what's been torn, to stitch back together our societies that have been ripped apart at the seams by anti-Semitism and hate, to remind our elected officials and fellow citizens that anti-Semitism is not just a Jewish problem. It's a crisis for our democracies and for our societies, that anti-Semitism divides us, that it weakens us, it breaks down our social cohesion, it impedes our ability to solve the real challenges that we face. Tomorrow marks D-Day, a day in which American and French heroes stormed the beaches of Normandy through a frenzy of Nazi bullets to reclaim freedom. But they didn't just liberate France. They liberated Europe and defended the idea that democracy and human dignity are worth fighting for. So during this conference, as we honor the memory of Sarah and Yaron, we also honor the heroism and sacrifice exhibited on D-Day, not only with remembrance, but by continuing the mission to protect democracy and to fight anti-Semitism. That work continues today at this conference with the connections you make, the lessons you learn, and the courage that you summon to lead your country to stand up to anti-Semitism. Let's use this conference not just as a meeting of people and ideas, but as an opportunity to meet the moment, a powerful demonstration of resilience and determination. Let's let this conference serve as a call to action, as a way to move forward. Let this conference be the next step as we build a better, more tolerant future for the Jewish people and society. And the next chapter of our history starts now. And as the theme of this forum makes clear, it starts with youth at the forefront. The next chapter of history is one where we are counting on you. We're so grateful that you are all here. It's an honor for me to be with you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Ted and Jonathan, for your opening remarks. I'm going to now ask you to look at the screen for some video on anti-Semitism in numbers, and we'll keep carrying with the program right after that. Thank you.
There are 3.5 times more anti-Semitic attacks in France today than before October 7th. In America, anti-Semitic incidents now account for 68% of all religious hate crimes. 1 in 3 American Jews report being personally targeted by anti-Semitism last year, according to the State of Anti-Semitism in America 2024, a survey by AJC. This level of hatred is unprecedented since World War II. And what's most alarming is that time is no longer on our side. In France, nearly a quarter of people under 25 fall into the most anti-Semitic category, according to the Radiography of Anti-Semitism in France 2024, published by AJC Paris and Fondapol. 1 in 6 students would refuse friendship with Jewish classmates, a survey conducted by CRIF and the Foundation Jean Jaurès found. 51% of middle and high school students have heard anti-Semitic comments at school.
Il y avait des gens dans la cour, j'ai entendu crier Vive Hitler.
In the US, 41% of Jewish young adults have been targeted just this year. And 41% of young Americans don't even know what the term anti-Semitism means. We thought anti-Semitism would vanish with time, but instead it has adapted. It has spread. It has grown bold. Today, a Jewish child is likely to be mocked in school, insulted online, or even attacked simply for being who they are. And yet, from the fear rises resilience. Across both sides of the Atlantic, Jewish identity has not been erased. It has been reaffirmed. 71% of French Jews say their Jewish identity has grown stronger since October 7th. 81% of American Jews say caring about Israel is important to what being Jewish means to them. But resilience alone is not enough, because the future depends on what we do now. Anti-Semitism is not a Jewish problem, it is a societal one, and we are all responsible. This is our moment to act. Will we be up to the challenge? It is entirely within our hands.
Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Alexandra Herzog, AJC Director of Global Jewish Communities, Professor Pamela Nadel, Patrick Clendenin Chair in Women's and Gender History at American University, and Dominique Régnier, Professor of Political Science at the Institut d'études politiques du Paris. Thank you so much for being here.
Bonjour à tous. Merci beaucoup d'être ici avec nous aujourd'hui. Welcome to everyone. Thank you for being here today. You saw the program. There was a last-minute change, and our moderator unfortunately couldn't make it. So I was asked to step in, and I'm delighted to be here with two remarkable thought leaders, academics, and researchers. So let's dive in. And thank you so much, both of you, for being here with us today. So anti-Semitism has deep roots, both in France and the United States, but the historical trajectories diverge very sharply. How have these histories shaped the way each society talks about, or really avoid talking about, anti-Semitism today? And we'll start with Pam.
Okay, well, thank you, and thank you so much for having me, and hello, good morning, everyone. This is such an important meeting. I'm really struck by two fairly recent cultural productions that speak to how both our societies remember anti-Semitism in the past. So I was fortunate enough to be here in Paris in April, and I went to see the Dreyfus exhibit at the Musée d'Art et d'Histoire du Judaïsme. And forgive my French accent, I know it's awful. But I was so struck by that exhibit. I've already written a review of it that'll soon be published, because when I watched it, when I saw it, I knew that there were I've just finished a book called Antisemitism in American Tradition. I knew that there were deep parallels between the anti-Semitism that was on display in France in the 1890s and early 1900s, that was of a magnitude that was greater than what was on display in the US then, but that was the era when the United States became a full-fledged anti-Semitic society. So it's really important to understand that what was happening in France had very powerful echoes in the US. And then there's another cultural production that has really struck me. 2 years ago, a play was revived on Broadway. It's called Parade. It's about the story of Leo Frank. For those who don't know the history of Leo Frank was a Yankee and a Jew who went south, was accused of murdering one of his factory workers. His trial was so anti-Semitic that his mother wrote a letter to the Washington Post, and in that letter, she called for an Emil Zola Zola, who would rise to bring her son justice, just like Émile Zola had brought justice for the Dreyfus affair. And ultimately, Frank was actually he was sentenced to die. The governor of Georgia became convinced that there had been a miscarriage of justice. He actually commuted Frank's sentence on the day he was supposed to be hung. So some leading Jews in Marietta, leading citizens of Marietta, Georgia, took him from prison and lynched him without, by the way, firing a shot. And the fact that both our societies are remembering major anti-Semitic events that happened more than a century ago speaks to the moment that we're in now, that we need to understand the length of this history, that what we are living through right now is not a break with the past, it's a continuity.
Thank you. Dominique?
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. I want to insist on the fact that in France, anti-Semitism, as you said, was firstly mostly religious, driven by Catholic Church. Then the Reformation, the Enlightenment, and the French Revolution changed a lot this situation. In 1791, Jews were emancipated, as everybody knows. And after the emancipation, the 19th century was a promising century, and the role played by French Jewish people was major and wonderful in the economic development and political modernization of the country. But on the other hand, at the same time, the 19th century, in the wake of growing capitalism, industrialization, urbanization, and nationalism, a deep historical transition generated a new dominant form of hatred of Jews, as everybody knows, from the anti-Judaism to the anti-Semitism, more political and racial. The passage from anti-Judaism to anti-Semitism, I want to emphasize on this aspect, generated a left-wing hatred of Jews. The Dreyfus affair was pivotal because it occurred in the country which decided to emancipate Jewish people and under a Republican regime. In the first half of the 20th century, far-right movements, groups, and parties pushed anti-Semitism in France until the collaboration with the Nazis under the regime de Vichy. And after, from the starting of the 20th century, we were confronted to a new anti-Semitism. We call that the new anti-Semitism because it's no longer coming neither from Catholics nor the far right, but from the French Muslims, unfortunately. New because this anti-Semitism is spreading among young people, Muslim and not Muslim. New because it's a globalized anti-Semitism. New because it is tolerated, even encouraged, by a fraction of the left. And just in order to add something, it's important for me, the problem is that this new anti-Semitism is going against the French secular system. It's exerting a pressure on the French society, calling for veil at school, veil in competitive sport competition, or halal food in scholar canteens. And the consequence is that the French secular system is attacked. And for the first time in history, this French secular system, very important in our political system, is not defended by the left. And the left was largely at the origin of the French secular system. So we have not a key piece of the French system in order to fight anti-Semitism, which is the French secular system. It was founded, promoted, defended by the left. And now, for political reasons, because a part of the left, not all the left, but a large part of the left, unfortunately, is finding new voters, they found these voters among a new part of our population coming from immigration, so Muslim countries in general. This part of the left is accepting to fight the secular system. And that's why this new anti-Semitism, it's a really major threat in France, not just because it's always to generate a very high level of violence. If I have time, I just remind some data, but also attacking the pillar of the French Republic, allowing to fight efficiently the anti-Semitism.
Thank you. And we're actually going to go a little bit deeper here because I think that you brought up some really important questions, both of you. So especially since October 7, we've witnessed anti-Semitism erupt in very new and brutal ways, online, in institutions, on the streets. And both in the United States and in France, anti-Semitism has increasingly become, as you actually sort of alluded to, entangled with debates over Israel, often clouding one's understanding of anti-Semitism and its severity. So the question I want to ask, and you will have to indulge me because I'm going to follow up with a sub-question for each one of you, but the question I want to ask is, are we seeing a rupture from the past, this very foundation that you just both described, or the amplification of trends that were already there? And Dominique, I'll start with you. Can you bring us up to speed on anti-Semitism and the situation in France? You've sort of already begun. Has France developed clearer conceptual tools than the United States to name and confront anti-Semitism when it's religiously motivated? And on the other hand, what in the French model is actually making it more difficult?
The first part of your question is, the answer is for me the French secular model. And I've made some comments about its origin, present situation, and why it is fragile now. On the other hand, so for the second part, I want to insist on the fact that since October 7, from my mind, we have the two elements concerning the answer. It's a rupture and an amplification. A rupture at a global scale, because October 7 was a historical rupture with the historical, political legacy after the 1945 moment. I mean, I'm impressed by that. Everybody here obviously is impressed by that, but I want to explain that. In general, I try to do in a non-Jewish public. But, October 7 was the first pogrom in Israel. Not in Palestine, but in Israel. And it was the end of a cycle, starting in 1945 with the first Nuremberg trials. It was clear at this moment that anti-Semitism was impossible. Ugly, impossible, a perfect definition of what is bad in politics. Since October 7, it's finished. This rule is broken. And this major event, has produced in France a sort of a permission, authorization, no? And the hatred of Jews still existing before, since ever. But if I consider the new anti-Semitism since the starting of the 21st century, this new anti-Semitism took pretext or something like that of this rupture to amplify his first activism, very visible, as Jonathan reminded us just before. According to the data, 14 people were killed in France since 2003 because they were Jewish. So that's the rupture. That's the point. And it's now proliferating, spreading among the public sphere and the streets also, as you said. And I think it's both because of the rupture and because it was still existing. It was existing before.
Thank you, Dominique. And Pam, I want to just look at the situation in the United States. The First Amendment fiercely protects even the most hateful speech unless it crosses into incitement. Religious pluralism and expansive interpretations of tolerance, while protecting Jews, have also often created a reluctance to confront anti-Semitism when it's expressed in activist, religious, or even anti-colonial terms. Has this made it harder to respond to anti-Semitic incitement before violence occurs? Or has it left America exposed to forms of anti-Semitism that it's actually not prepared to deal with?
So the first thing I want to say is Dominique's comments are so fascinating. You're a political scientist and I'm a historian, and we come at these issues from different, like our starting points are so different. And so in terms of Alexandra's question about the problems with, or the issue of how the First Amendment in the United States, Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, which is absolutely foundational to American life. But we know that for people who are for free speech absolutists in the United States, we actually know that on the college campuses, there are things that you must not say. There are words that you absolutely cannot say in the United States. I don't know if you have the same situation in France, but I'll give you an example. In 2020, in January of 2020 at the University of Oklahoma, I happened to be there then, and there was a faculty member who said the N-word. So for the French speakers, that is a pejorative term that I won't pronounce here, but it's used to refer to African Americans in the United States. Where had the faculty member said it? She was actually reading the text of Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.'s historic 1963 letter from Birmingham. So she was reading a historic text, and she was using the word that appeared in that text. And the campus had erupted. They wanted her to be fired for having said that word. So what we're seeing is that and this is what Dominique is talking about here, is that after October 7th, you're emphasizing how essentially all the soft gloves or whatever, everything was off. You could say whatever you wanted. The reality is that if we go back in American history, we know that people were saying these things on campuses already 2 decades ago. And in fact, in 2003, AJC sponsored the printing of a letter in the New York Times signed by several hundred university presidents in the United States. And they were talking about the anti-Semitism that was on their campuses that they wouldn't tolerate. So yes, it has exploded since October 7th. The violence, by the way, crosses, in terms of the U.S., crosses American history. And we've got violent examples that didn't always end in horrific murder, so people don't remember them, but they were there.
Thank you. So we've just looked at the foundations as well as the contemporary dynamics of anti-Semitism in each country. I'd like to now dive into each country's response to anti-Semitism and also explore whether there are areas where France has been more effective than the US or vice versa in creating coalitions of action between government, media, academia, and communities. And again, I have a question for each one of you. So Dominique, France has seen the deadly consequences of anti-Semitism repeatedly over the past 2 decades, from Toulouse to the hypercacher to Samuel Paty. And yet, the public response has often been muted or politicized. France has also very strong hate speech laws. What has France learned, and where has it failed?
On the first point, the fact that France is confronted with a very virulent anti-Semitism, not to talk again about the figures still share, but to add this aspect, very important, which is apparently is different, but is very linked. The fact that between 2012, March 2012, when Mohamed Merah killed people near Toulouse and 3 children in a Jewish school, it was the first time before Vichy that children were killed because Jewish. It's also very important, and I'm not sure that the country understood exactly at this time what was the signification of this terrible drama. But just in order to remind you that, according to my data, since March 2012, we suffered 60 terrorist attacks in France, leading to 304 people killed, not to mention 48 Franco-Israeli people killed in October 7. So the framework is very violent, and I'm sorry to say that. Really, I'm sorry to say that, but it's one time ago a link with Islamism, with Islamist terrorism, and in the case, for example, of Mohamed Merah, is very clear. The hypercacher is very clear, etc. So we have a sort of paradigm, but in France, due to the number of people, of Muslim people in this country, and to the very high level of anti-Semitism among the French Muslim people. And we measure in our partnership, my founder Paul and AJC, 4 times in 4 surveys, this very high level. It's incredible. So we have a specific problem if I compare with the United States. A very specific and a very accurate problem to fix. And I'm not sure that's the aspect we missed, at least. I'm sure that the French elites don't understand, still now, the reality, the danger, and the structural aspect of this problem. It's not just contingent. It's structural. It's demographic. It's the globalization, etc., etc. And even if we have government, state, ministers, etc., organizing meetings about anti-Semitism, I'm sure that they don't understand at which point it's a problem, a danger. And a danger, of course, for everybody in this country, Muslim, not Muslim, of course, a specific danger for Jewish people, of course. And a danger because year after year, due to the demographic rules, it's not easy to talk about that, but the change of the population is becoming more and more tolerating to these anti-Semitic opinions. That's we are measuring now, and clearly. So it's clear that the problem for France is for years. And I think on this aspect, it's a particularity comparing with your country.
Yeah, I agree. I think I don't know if you want to ask me a special question or you want me to respond.
You can respond.
So there's this anti-Semitism is a real danger in both societies, but it's different. Because I think the figures in France are maybe 13 or 14% of the population is Muslim in France, whereas in the United States it's well under 2%. And so, and I think also in the United States, the anti-Semitism that comes from Muslim fundamentalists is really tamped down because still the United States is really reeling from the after effects of 9/11. So I don't think the Muslims are the problem. What's the issue in the United States today is that we have anti-Semitism coming from the left, which exploded on the campuses and also, frankly, like outside of Memorial Sloan Kettering Hospital in New York City, where they were also demonstrating, one of the world-renowned cancer centers. It's coming from the left. It's coming from the right, which is where everybody thought anti-Semitism was after Charlottesville, Pittsburgh, Poway. Their names are metonyms for attacks from the right on Jewish communities, but now it has also been weaponized by the government. And so the government is using anti-Semitism as a pretext for attacking, many of the most important foundations of American society, including the idea that you can solve the problem of anti-Semitism by going after the research institutes like the National Institutes of Health and all the terrific research that's done on major college campuses and universities. So for Americans, this is a very, very terrible moment, and we don't really have a sense of how to respond because it's almost like there's this game kids play called whack-a-mole. Pops up, you knock it down, pops up, you knock it down. It's just popping up all the time.
Yeah, and that's really the question I wanted to ask you, which I think you've answered now, which is whether the United States is right now confronting the same type of anti-Semitism that Europe has been confronted to, and especially in France, for decades and for a very long time. So I think we're unfortunately getting here. And as it's been pointed out already, we have seen, unfortunately, the devastations linked to it in just the last couple of weeks between the murder of Yaron and Sarah, what happened in Colorado, in Boulder, Colorado, just a few days ago, where people who were raising awareness for the 58 Israeli hostages still being held by Hamas were attacked suddenly in the streets. So I think that I think we're unfortunately confronted to that now.
Yeah, and I would add to that the setting the house of the Jewish governor of Pennsylvania on fire. I would add that.
100%. Okay, I'm mindful of the time, and we're getting to the end of this really interesting conversation. I want to thank you both so much for setting up the foundation for this forum, and I want to know whether you have some final thoughts that you'd like to share with us in these last few minutes. So we'll start with Dominique.
Thank you. Maybe because I suppose it's common to our countries, I'm not sure, and we check that. We talked about law. We have a lot of laws against hate speech in France. Of course, it's not enough today because of the globalization. We know that. Even if we have at the European level laws now, I'm thinking about the Digital Services Act, which is a real good news for us. But law it's not enough. And in the past, when we had good laws, we had at this time good school, universities, press, political parties, unions, several institutions playing the same role and fighting at the same moment against anti-Semitism. And the problem for me is this one. How is it possible to find new structures, new organization, in order to give to our fight the strong it needs? So it's not a question, but I think...
Right. It's impossible. I mean, we are at, we're here to talk to the future generation of leaders of both of our countries, of the Jewish communities, and the task is overwhelming because of the extent in which anti-Semitism expression, and which periodically spills over to violence. That's what we pay attention to. But it's the attitudes and the ideas. The film was so powerful because there are the breadth of what is accepted to say, both on the right and on the left, is really mind-boggling. We haven't seen anything like this, frankly, since the 1930s and the 1940s, when anti-Semitism was a global phenomenon. We tend to remember it in Europe because of the Holocaust, but let me tell you, it was a global phenomenon also in the United States. And it came from the same voices. There were voices in Congress that said it then, there were voices in the federal government that said it then, and there were voices all across American society that expressed it.
Maybe just because we have a figure in common in our surveys about French situation and American situation. It's very interesting. For France, it's new. This figure shows that in France, when we ask people, in order to know if anti-Semitism is the problem of Jewish people only, or the problem of the society as a whole, 76% answer the society as a whole. And I think it's the same figure in the American survey carried out by AJC.
Yeah, I think they're aware. They're aware that it's a challenge to democracy around the world.
Yes, that's a good news. We'll keep this positive note to end this panel, and I highly encourage actually our audience to check out the surveys done by CRIF, but also by AJC. We have one for the United States where we're surveying both the American Jewish community as well as the general public, and we have one in France as well. So I highly encourage you to visit our website and check them out. Thank you so much for this conversation. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. Introducing our next panelists, Louise Vassy, Director of Sciences Po, and Chancellor Andrew Martin, President of Washington University in St. Louis, in conversation moderated by Géraldine Vassner of Le Point.
Well, I think we're gonna take just 7 minutes of break, and we'll start again in 7 minutes. Thank you. 5 minutes.
You hear me? Okay, great. Okay. As you take your seats, will you do me a favor and join me in welcoming our next panelists? Luis Vassi, Director of Sciences Po. Thank you. Chancellor Andrew Martin, President of Washington University in St. Louis. They'll be in conversation moderated by Geraldine Vassner of Le Point. Thank you so much. We're going to continue on with our program now. Go ahead and take your seats. Thank you.
Does it work? It works. Thank you very much for being with us this morning, Chancellor Martin and Luis Vassi, to share your experiences and talk about the challenges posed by, to universities by both the rise of antisemitism and political position, radicalization, and so on. The contexts are different, of course, but I think you have a lot to share. So to start with, I think we don't have so much time. So to start with, could you each share how the events of October 7 impacted your campus communities, and just very simply, what happened, Dr. Martin?
Sure. Well, first, it's a real pleasure to be here. I appreciate the invitation. Washington University in St. Louis is a large private university right in the middle of the United States. And after October 7th, there were a group of individuals who began protesting on the campus. These were perfectly normal, docile protests, walking around signs and so forth. But as the academic year moved forward, we were faced with some very challenging circumstances. The most significant happened on April 27th, where we had 400 individuals who came onto our campus. It was a large, open campus right proximate to a large urban park, who came onto our campus in a very disruptive manner during the time in which our students were preparing for examinations. I made the decision at that time that protest is fine, encampment is not, and these individuals were coming to our campus to establish an encampment. We said no, that wasn't allowable. Wasn't allowed on our campus. We used our police force and had 100 individuals arrested. We since learned that of the 400 individuals who were on our property, 300 of them were unaffiliated with the university. Yeah. So this was not only part of something that was happening on our campus, and in fact, many of those individuals had come from across the United States. We're using our campus, our space, and traumatizing our students as part of a broader national movement.
Mr. Vassi, last March, you weren't there, but a Jewish student was barred from an amphitheater.
Not last March.
No, 2024, yes. As a Zionist, how did your institution just allow this to happen?
First of all, I would like to say how glad I am to have everyone here at Sciences Po, and also tell how much I sympathize with AJC and what happened in Washington D.C. a few weeks ago. As many of you that know me here in this room, the fight against anti-Semitism has been a kind of silver lining of what I've been doing, including in my previous professional life. October 7 for me is a bit specific because I was still at the Foreign Ministry, Chief of Staff to the Foreign Minister, and so from an institutional point of view, that entails one specific responsibility, which is to chair the crisis center of the Foreign Ministry. So early in the morning, I started receiving the first reports of the attacks in Israel, and we got a sense of the gravity of what was happening in the first hours. And then same day, I opened the crisis center, and then entered in crisis mode management for the following 3 to 4 months. And it was really about understanding how many of our compatriots, French citizens, had been murdered. I think France is in fact the second largest, most affected nationality, unfortunately, by the October 7 attacks. We had also hostages that were taken. We arranged also for evacuation flights of French citizens aiming to come back to France because airlines were cutting the connections with Israel. So it was a very tense, I have to say, an emotional moment, and also very intense operational work that we had to do. I have to say that we, as in any institution, even the most civilized ones, like foreign ministries, we had also to cope with some instances of hatred and terrible sentiments emerging. As you know, or you might remember, for example, we had one instance of a former civil servant of the foreign ministry that expressed on social media horrible sentiments against the hostages, and commenting in horrible terms the situation in Israel. And I would say it started there. The reaction I proposed to the minister was extremely, I think, clear-cut in a way, not only disavowing this person, but in fact starting disciplinary procedures, and also asking for the withdrawal of some decorations that she had in her professional life, etc. So what I want to say is that what you need to do, I think, as a leader of any institution, but certainly as a president of a university, is some clarity in what is possible and not possible, and frankly, providing stability through clarity. So I can't comment too much in detail on the events of March 24, because as you mentioned, I wasn't there, and also, as you know, it was a moment where the governance of the university was a bit weak, because my predecessor had resigned because of completely unrelated events. But in a sense, what I want to say is that we need 3 things. We need, first of all, to work as a university, which is to describe things as they are. And I'm really glad that we have Dominique Régnier with us today, because he's one of the researchers here at Sciences Po working on the emergence or recrudescence of anti-Semitic sentiments within French society. And so I guess as a university, our first role is to understand the scope and the magnitude of the problem, and I think Sciences Po plays a crucial and central part there. Then we need to name things and also say what is anti-Semitism, what is acceptable activism within campus. We need also to educate our students. So what I've done, for example, when I arrived, is to review the anti-Semitism and anti-discrimination training that the students get in the beginning, including by the introduction of the utilization or the description, let's say, of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, so that our students also understand that things that they don't necessarily see as anti-Semitic, in fact, are anti-Semitic tropes, and frankly, I think that's really useful also to educate the student body on these issues. And third, I would say we need to simply set a very simple cadre, which is to push back against any form of intimidation or attempts at controlling campus. So, like my colleague, I've been very clear that there would be no blockading of campus because simply campus life, I mean, we are an institution aimed at training and research, and so if there is an attempt to block the university, I will make sure that it's unsuccessful. And also, we also set a kind of we set a couple of limits in some types of discourse that is used. I had two instances in which I started legal proceedings for defamation when, for example, my institution was accused of complicity of crimes that were committed abroad. I simply made sure that we would react to that. And also, we've been able to set limits in the kind of on the substance on the issues that were raised by some of the activists, and there are two in particular that were demands that we really closed the door to. One was the request for political positioning of the institution, and as you might know, we voted in last February a Sciences Po doctrine by which and that was very largely voted by the committee of Sciences Po, by which we say that we won't take position on geopolitical or political issues. And then there's the issue of partnerships, as you know, which we also brought some clarity. So I guess the role of the leadership role is really to be clear about what is possible.
Your mind seems to be very clear today, but back at that time, the prior direction obviously struggled to balance free expression and the need to address hate speech.
True, but I also want to say that a university is a very how can I put it? Is a very benevolent, peaceful place, and so it's not used to dealing with this kind of issues. Some academics are, some are not, I believe, and maybe bringing my experience from the outside helped me a little bit.
It takes a crisis specialist
in dealing with these issues. But in essence, it's not a place that is aimed at dealing with rapport de force. It's a place that is aimed at free speech, open discussion, respectful debate, etc. So that gives a huge advantage to those that come with a forceful and aggressive agenda, because they enter a place that is simply not prepared to react, and that's, I think, where the leadership of the university is also important to make sure that the space remains open to everyone also.
Sciences Po has a partnership with Columbia University, where Jewish students have been physically harassed, molested. We have all seen the shocking images, the swastikas painted on the whole of the residences. The same happened in Harvard University. Dr. Martin, do you think the direction make mistakes in its first response? And that's what Trump administration seems to think. They are cutting off their grants, and
I think that every situation is different, and institutions are complicated. At the same time, those two universities and most other universities in the United States have very similar policies about what is acceptable and what is not acceptable.
Which was?
I mean, obviously, encampment, taking buildings, restricting access of campus facilities to anyone for any criteria. I think one of the challenges that emerged on many campuses in the United States after October 7th is that there was a very selective implementation of existing rules. Almost 2 years later, many of my peers are talking very differently than they were right after October 7th. We took a different approach at our university. We have those policies for a reason. The reason is all about our mission which for us is education, research, and we also have a very significant patient care aspect of our mission. And anything that gets in the way of that mission, we need to stop.
They tried to negotiate.
Yes.
At first.
They did. And for me, the idea that any group of individuals could take our space or show up on the campus and have the expectation to sit down with the leadership of the university to talk about anything, whether that's our curriculum, who we hire on our faculty, how we choose to invest our endowment, it's crazy, right? I mean, it's crazy for anyone to expect to be able to sit down and have that conversation. Of course, I'm more than willing to sit down with our students and with our faculty and our professional staff to talk about our approaches, why we do things. I mean, that's part of being in an academic environment. Being in an academic environment isn't responding to a set of demands from individuals who feel like they have a right to sit down and negotiate about something for which they have little standing.
What about that Columbia partnership? Did you discuss the issue with them or?
Look, I think, as was just said, these are gigantic institutions that are complicated to lead. I guess I need there to be mindful of the fact that I need to apply a set of rules that are consistent in a way. So if I say I'm not going to, and I mean my whole position on the issue of partnerships has been that the last thing you touch when you interact with others is partnerships. So am I going to threaten to cut partnerships with such and such universities because a group of students did things that are not acceptable? I don't think it would make complete sense. And by the way, I would argue that the people dealing with our partnerships at Columbia are really are really clear on the issue of pushing back against anti-Semitism and all forms of discrimination. So I guess what we need. So I won't really judge, as also was said. Each situation is a bit different. The question is, what's the set of principles that we apply? I have the exact same reaction on and I've said it really publicly and in internal memos and mails and messages to the entire student body. I'm not going to give a kind of a benefit, let's say, of having access to the university leadership only because you exert pressure on the leadership. Because as a diplomat, I know that it's an invitation to exert pressure. So in a way, that doesn't really make sense, even from an operational point of view. That's why, for example, I have never entered in discussions with the anonymous committee that organizes some of the events, because I simply don't discuss with anonymous committees. But then we have bodies, there are governance bodies where students are represented, there are student unions, and I'm always happy to discuss with everyone on all issues, but certainly not under pressure. So, and that's, I think, the kind of basic, line of reasoning that really helps also cool down, contrary to what people, maybe in the very beginning, it's a bit rough, but then on the medium to long run, you really cool down things because you simply lower expectations, and people know that there will be no benefit to trying to exert pressure on the institution. Then I also have to say that the peculiarity of Sciences Po in the French context, and as a journalist, you're well placed to know that, is that we are extremely scrutinized, obviously, also because we're in the city center and because of what we represent. I think we need to embrace the fact that we train, I don't know, 25-30% of the French leadership one way or the other, and so people are very have very high expectations on the way we will operate, and I think we need to accept that. I mean, in a sense, if you are going to be in a place that will bring you to possibly to the highest positions in society, then indeed you need to accept that you will be more scrutinized than others, and you need to accept the responsibilities that come with the real privilege of being in a place like this one.
Chancellor Martin, just after October 7, you implemented a transfer program for Jewish students from other campuses. How did it work, and how effective was it?
Well, I'll note it wasn't a transfer program for Jewish students. It was a transfer program for
From
all students.
Yes, it happened yeah.
This program actually came into being. I met with our Alumni Board of Governors, which is a group of elected alumni who have an organization. This was, I think, 3 weeks after October 7th. And I had a group of parents who were coming to talk to me about the experiences that their children were having on other campuses, and asked, could our children transfer to Washington University? And we never had a transfer. For us, this is the middle of the academic year. It's not a typical time for transfer students. And it turned out that the director of admissions was in the program. And so I looked at her and I said, could we open this up? She said, I think so, let me check. We talked to our folks who run the dormitories to make sure that we had space. And within, I think, 5 days had opened up an application portal. I think we had 50 or 60 students who applied, most of whom were Jewish. And a dozen or so came to the university. And it was just for those particular students who were having a horrific experience on their campuses. One student in particular, I won't name the college that she was enrolled in, left at fall break and didn't come back because she just couldn't live her Jewish identity on the campus where she was located. This was an opportunity to join a campus that has a very vibrant Jewish community. And for those students and their families, it was something that I was really proud we were able to do.
You face two types of problem. One is very serious. We talked about it, anti-Semitism. But the other is perhaps much more widespread, the pro-Palestinian protests that prevented the university from just functioning. Mr. Vassi, you made a decision to involve police during campus blockades and to exclude students temporarily, and you were highly criticized for that. How do you respond to those critiques?
Yeah, no, look, first of all, it's never pleasant to exert public order prerogatives. I don't do it because I like it, but unfortunately I've been invested with a responsibility which is to lead this university. And as we both said, the mission of the university is education and research. So in a way, once you've understood that, it makes decisions more simple. I also want to underline that we all operate under very different legal and regulatory situations. Unlike US campuses, I don't know if it's the case for you, but we don't have a police of campus. That doesn't exist. There is no officer, let's say, responsible for maintaining order within the university, and
you don't have the right to.
So our personnel has simply no right to even touch a student. So I think it's really important to understand that there is because people, are really they look at Twitter and they say, why don't you do this or that? But there is it so happens.
So you don't have the right to exclude troublemakers, for instance.
We have no right to simply have physical contacts with anyone as a university, because that could be a criminal offense, in fact. So what we can, and that's why it's very easy to come in a university and create trouble and get media attention, etc. Because there is a time lapse in which people cannot really react. And of course, so when there are let's say public order issues, which happens really extremely rarely. I also want to say that. Yes, I have had two instances to ask police to come in campus just to break occupation attempts, let's say. We did that after, of course, many warnings to the perpetrators and telling them that we wouldn't let the thing happen. And then at some point, one was in this building. The building closes at 11 p.m. At 11 p.m. and 1 minute, indeed, the police entered to make sure that the campus would be free to close. Also because, you know, I have personnel, they have families, they need to close the university, go home, see their children, carry on with their lives, and so there is no reason to simply accept any form of power grab, let's say, or space grab within the university. The other point also that I really very often hear is why don't you expel the students? So it really doesn't work like that at all. I have absolutely no right or power to do that. There is a disciplinary committee which is by law, not by university standards, but in the education code, composed of professors and students, and they are the ones deciding on the measures. When I find that the measures are not enough, which happened in the instance you evoked on the episode of March 24, I decided to appeal the decision of my own disciplinary committee to the administrative court, asking them for a stronger disciplinary measure. So. But I also want to say, because again, I know everyone is on Twitter, etc., and they say, why don't you do this and that? There is a legal framework, and I need to apply it. And also, I want to say, there wouldn't be anything worse than losing in court, because that really shows, reduces your margin of maneuver, I would say. And so, when it comes to the students we took out of campus, that's another prerogative that I have, a public order prerogative, which is not to expel students, but to say, I deprive you from the privilege of accessing campus. They will continue studying online and passing their exams, etc. But there is a public order prerogative under very tight scrutinization by the judge. I need to prove that there is a public order risk, and then I can say to a student, you cannot enter campus. I did that in 10 instances, but then I withdrew some of them. I have to say that the students that got some of these measures and then were accepted back, most of them, 90% of them, I never heard about them anymore. And then I have three that are still, 3 or 4 that are still going on right now. But I need to be very cautious, never to make sure that I always remain within the legal framework. Then the legal framework can evolve. For example, on the disciplinary committee, as you know, there is a law that is being examined in Parliament to create a new disciplinary body composed of professional judges. If the law evolves, of course, we apply the law, but expectations should be aligned with what is legal. That's my only message and request for everyone in the room.
But this is quite different on the US campuses. In terms of legal tools, you do have a police force on your campus.
So we do. And in the United States, there are private universities and public universities. And of course, public universities are part of the state. So they have police forces and so forth. Private universities like ours have the ability to have a police force. We have a police force, fully, properly deputized, and they have full police powers. And they're actually part of our campus. I mean, the purpose, actually, of these officers are get to know our students and to support them and to protect them, but also to be law enforcement when necessary. And so that is a tool that we have at our disposal. It's, of course, the last tool we ever want to use, but in certain circumstances, we really don't have any. We don't have any choice. We also have more agency when it turns to student discipline. We're not regulated by the state. We're self-regulated, and of course, it is important to follow our processes, allow those who've been vested with that authority to make disciplinary decisions. But coming out of the protests that we had in late April of 2024, we initiated those processes for many members of our community who had violated our rules.
Let's talk about the mood. You're also fighting against an atmosphere, a rhetoric. You can't always make the difference between political critique and anti-Semitic hate speech. Chancellor Martin, you have condemned phrases like "from the river to the sea," which you labeled anti-Semitic, but students does not understand that very well, or yes? How did you do?
Well, we were within a month or two after October 7th, I mentioned we had a number of smaller protests on the campus, primarily students. And there was a lot of anti-Semitic rhetoric that was being used during those protests. Much of that rhetoric was constitutionally protected. Didn't move to the point of being true harassment or a true threat. Now, it was certainly against our student code of conduct, and so we could use those disciplinary tools. But I thought it was important to stand in the public square and say, whatever your constitutional rights are, you have a responsibility to our community. And so if you choose to use this rhetoric, this is how it will be received by a significant subset of our community. I wasn't saying you can't use that language on our campus. I mean, that's something that I don't have the authority, nor should I have the authority to be able to make those proclamations. But what I can say is that language is unacceptable, unwelcome, and you should think carefully about how your words are going to affect other members of the community. When I said that publicly, it dialed things down for many of the student activists. They were like, "Oh, okay, it's not going to change their mind. They're still going to be engaged, but they're going to be engaged in a different way." And that's an example of using one's authority as a leader. Not everything's black and white. You can't make rules for every situation, but you can be very clear about what's acceptable or not for one's community.
Frankly, it's exactly the same for us. There is a legal framework, and obviously we need to apply it. And I will also say that one of the issues we are confronted with is that everyone is in favor of freedom of speech until it's a speech that they really don't like. So each year we have 2,000 events happening here, and sometimes I learn about them, because obviously I don't validate all of them. I learn about them in the press. So just to tell you, the other day, I was attacked by one of your colleagues from a left-leaning, let's say, media, telling me, why is it possible that a minister from Viktor Orban comes to Sciences Po? Yeah. And I say, look, free speech. I mean, at some point, there is a student association. They invite them, and I really learned about the event from them. Really, the story is really funny, I have to say, because in the end, the event didn't take place. Really? Because he simply cancelled his trip to France, I believe. The article was still run, and the article was about the event that did not take place, but that we were ready to let happen at Sciences Po. And that's a real article published in the press. So just to tell you the level of scrutiny we are under. So when you are under that level of scrutiny, the only solution, frankly, is to apply simple principles, which is there is freedom of speech in campus. You can do events around the situation in the Middle East. They need to respect the legal and ethical cadre of the university, and we have set of rules.
So this is your doctrine of institutional reserve?
The doctrine of institutional reserves is a bit more than that. It's simply to say that the institution in itself will not take position on issues that are not at the core of its mission. So we can.
This is for your staff.
No, that's for the... So because one of the requests we had really was that we voted a resolution as condemning the situation in the Middle East or taking position one way or the other. I just want to remind one thing, because this institution has a peculiar place in French history. We were created 152 years ago, and it so happens that the founder of the school was very much pro-Dreyfus. And he lobbied in Senate in favor of Dreyfus, and the academics were, by the way, divided, majority pro-Dreyfus, but a couple of anti-Dreyfus are also here at Sciences Po. And he decided that the institution would not take place in favor of Dreyfus as an institution, which didn't mean that he himself would not lobby parliament, ministers in favor of Alfred Dreyfus, but the institution itself should not. Why? Because if the institution takes a position, obviously it has a consequence, which is to limit the freedom of speech or expression of the minority group, which position is not the one of the institution. And since our role is to, in fact, to preserve kind of diversity, cognitive diversity, and ability to carry the dispute in the sense of the intellectual dispute in the right way, my role is to make sure that this space is as open as possible, and then, of course, push back and react when there is something that is outside of the acceptable, either legal or internal regulatory framework.
That sounds obvious, but you had to write those principles, Chancellor Martin, in a statement of principles. Could you speak to this and why you believe they are so critical today? You talked about excellence, commitment to freedom and free speech, and accessibility.
Yes. So in partnership with the Chancellor of Vanderbilt University, last calendar year, we began having discussions, first the two of us and then with our respective boards, to really put a line in the sand about what the appropriate role of a university is, particularly at a time in the United States where the Republican Party and its electorate have lost confidence in American institutions of higher education. Sure. And so we wrote a set of principles last calendar year. Both were adopted by our boards, and you outlined them. An unmitigated commitment to excellence. That's why we do what we do. A commitment to institutional neutrality, which is, we want to create a place for our faculty and our students to express their views, but the institution isn't going to take views. And importantly, we're not going to use our endowment as a way to further any sort of political goal. The purpose of the endowment is to generate as much return as possible to support our students and to support research, and to ensure that our institutions are accessible, that talented individuals can come and thrive at our universities. None of those things should seem that controversial. But I think if you look at some of the activities at some universities certainly over the last decade or two, you have seen places that have not fully lived up to those principles. And there are certainly places where my university hasn't lived up to those principles. But we thought it was important for our universities to stand up and say, this is what we stand for. And this is how we should be judged.
Do you think, Mr. Vassi, the teaching corp would follow those principles, or it would be hard?
First of all, I want to say I'm really glad to have a new friend, because the three words we use here are excellence, freedom, and openness, which I think is comparable to accessibility. So it's really the same set of principles I've been using since I arrived, and I think that's really the core of the mission. I also agree that universities need to do a better job at explaining why they are good for society. In the end, our societal models will be more competitive because they have open research, freedom of thought, of expression within these institutions, and of course beyond, but also within these institutions that are universities. And I have to say that being a non-academic helps me a lot making the case, because it's not a kind of pro domo defense of higher education. I really think it's useful for society to have these places that have a peculiar role in frankly, and I've been carrying out that mission in the last 1,000 years in Europe, more or less, of free research. The professor's body is regulated by rules that exist for one reason, which is rules of very, very high degree of independence. Yeah. And I think we need to accept that. It's like monetary policy. If you don't have independence, your monetary policy is not good. If you don't have independence of research, your research is not good. So I understand sometimes we see things that we don't like. I myself, for example, I teach a little seminar in international relations, and maybe I'm more from the realist school, and maybe others are more constructivists, and maybe others are more liberal. But in the end, that's okay. There are things that are going to annoy you and that you're not going to like. But if you start stepping into the idea that you are going to regulate research, it's the end of research. So there is there too a need to accept a high degree of independence for the greater good, that is freedom of inquiry, that is good for society. It's obviously, that doesn't mean that we don't discuss with faculty. We do, obviously, and we also had instances of, for example, statements of faculty that reflect really badly on the institution, and of course we have to discuss that. But in the end, there is a principle that is also, frankly, in France, a constitutional principle of freedom of research, and that's something we simply cannot. The temptation to touch that is always there, but that's really completely destructive for the university setup in general. So that's something that we need to discuss, but never always respecting the core principle of independence of research.
Both institutions have maintained their partnership with Israeli universities. It is very important for you, despite of a call to the boycott, to stand your position.
Absolutely, it's actually, when you think about it through the lens of academic freedom, yeah, it's very straightforward. If my colleagues want to join in a research partnership or an educational exchange program, that's their prerogative. And we have a number of very rich collaborations with Israeli institutions. It makes our university better. It makes our education better, our research better. And so, while there certainly were some voices to boycott, those are anathema to our mission. And so we wouldn't even consider it. I mean, those partnerships are continuing.
Yeah, so frankly, pretty much same position. Also, I would argue that it's, first of all, the last thing you want to touch is really cooperation in higher education, research, academic cooperation. But also, when I push back a little bit, I always try to understand the bias that might be there, because I tell my students, should we, for example, not my students, because it's a very small group at this point that continues asking for that, and they've been very clear that it wouldn't happen in any case, but should we have cut ties with all US institutions after the Iraq invasion because we thought it was illegal and it created harm to civilians? Obviously no. Should we cut ties with our friends across the Atlantic because we don't like, or some like, or others don't like the current US administration? I guess no. And if tomorrow there is a political setup in France that people don't like, do we want people to cut ties with Sciences Po because they don't like the way France is going? That doesn't make sense at all, frankly. So in a sense, if you are aiming at these very particular partnerships, then you need to reflect on yourself and understand maybe there is a kind of bias there that means that you are just aiming at these partnerships, because places that we don't like, there are many all around the world, and simply there too we need to apply a kind of very simple principle, which is that higher education cooperation is the last thing you are going to cut. Then people tell me, yes, but what about Russia? Russia is different. There are sanctions on Russia, and that's a completely different setup, and also at the conjunction of a very peculiar additive issue, which is invasion of a neighbor and lack of academic freedom. So you're kind of in an extreme case where all the criteria that you would objectively apply, in fact, apply to the situation in Russia. So.
You also faced in Sciences Po financial and reputational challenges due to the troubles and to the unrest. How are you rebuilding trust after that?
So one thing first is that everyone understands and acts responsibly. So like my colleague and I also have the discussion with everyone. I have to say that, for example, some of the protesters in their public communication say we are going to create problems in Sciences Po to affect the reputation so that they lose money, so that they cave in.
Did you lose money?
I will come to that point. But then everyone has to understand, and that's not so popular within the student body, obviously, because they also understand that, vast majority of students here, what they want is have a great degree, thrive in their professional lives, don't spend all of their family dinners explaining that in fact it's really great to be here, and so or start all their professional interviews by 5 minutes on explaining the atmospherics here, which are by the way really great. So yes, there was in 24, so the harshest moment, there were some donors that withdrew. We don't have an endowment, by the way, so we don't have to care about where we invest or don't. Most of them are back. One of the most significant one was the Fitoussi family that had a very small grant, but still honoring one of our great economics professors here through a doctoral grant, and they came back a few months ago and restarted the program. So I would say it's a work in progress, but we are back, I guess, at almost all the donors are back now, and that's great in the sense that it's a question of our relation with the broader society, frankly, and also if we want to be autonomous, we need to have as many partners as possible so as to not to be dependent of any particular donor. So I mean all in favor of multiplying cooperations and partnerships so that we can pursue our mission, which is education and independent research.
We need to conclude, but just to conclude, what advice would you give to each other, given your different respective backgrounds?
It sounds like we're quite aligned. I've spent my entire career in academia, although I'm a political scientist by training, and so it's been very interesting in my role leading this university now for 6.5 years, how much politics I get to actually do. Both politics on the campus and, unfortunately, given what's happening in the United States today, politics in Washington as we deal with lots of complexities around funding our universities by taking away our resources by taxing our endowment and reducing the amount of money that we get for research. I think the most important thing, and it popped up on this panel multiple times, it's important to have policies that are neutral, and then you need to apply them, which is not that complicated. In fact, anyone with a young child understands that that's how it has to work, or you don't, or things just don't go well. But I think many leaders of complex institutions have a hard time remembering that very simple lesson.
The only takeaway for me after 8 months here, and I've done a couple of complicated things in my diplomatic life, is that people should really understand these institutions are maybe certainly some of the most complex to deal with. You're dealing with independent faculty, you're dealing with political pressure, media pressure, student body, and so I find it fascinating and rewarding, and also I see how complex it is. And so if you're faced with that complexity, I guess the right way to lead such an institution, and that's the kind of leadership I'm trying to apply here, is to really have a clear vision of where you want to go, not decide based on the pressure you get from the inside or the outside, or because in the end, the level of pressure is such that you always react rather than move forward. Have clear principles, apply them. That doesn't mean not listening to criticism, but answering to it, but not defining your vision based on the pressure you get from here or there, neither from the outside nor from the inside. I think that's the takeaway for me. And if I look back at the last 8 months, I would argue that we reformed the admission process. We took the Sciences Po doctrine. We are going to open climate school we'll decide on it on next July, and it will start in 2026 in a pretty challenging situation. But we still want to make sure that we train our students on the right issues. We'll reform also the way we do research on international relations. So we have. My advice also is to intellectualize. I mean, these are intellectual places, so if you concentrate the energy of everyone on intellectual challenges, you gain some peace also, I would argue.
Thank you to both of you.
Thank you.
Bravo, and thank you so much. Thank you for your moral and logical clarity and fortitude. Thank you, Mr. Vassi, for having us.
Thank you.
And now we know where I'm sending my children to college. Just give me like 10 years, if you don't mind. Will you go ahead and put your hands together for our last speaker before lunch? Isabelle Rome, the former Minister for Gender Equality, Diversity, and Equal Opportunities. Please do give her a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I join you this morning for this important gathering as the Ambassador for Human Rights and Holocaust Remembrance. This opportunity to speak before you is not only an honor, but a vital occasion to reaffirm our collective and enduring commitment to the fight against anti-Semitism. In light of current events, this fight has taken on renewed urgency. Anti-Semitism is not a relic of the past, it's a present and a growing threat. Since the tragic events of October the 7th and the ensuing conflict, we have witnessed a disturbing resurgence of anti-Semitic rhetoric and violence in France and across the globe. I was particularly appalled by the recent events in Lyon, where the attacks targeted young children, who above all should feel safe and protected in their schools. And in response to those attacks, our vigilance must be unwavering. I would also like to renew my deep and full support to the American Jewish community, Israel's embassy in the US, and the AJC in the aftermath of the appalling terror attack that claimed the lives of 2 young diplomats in Washington. They had their lives ahead of them, and we have to make sure that no one, no family, has to endure such a tragedy. This moment calls for more than expressions of concern. It calls for clarity, and Louis Vassi spoke about clarity, action, and the reminder that the memory of the Holocaust is absolutely unconditional. And so is the fight against anti-Semitism, unconditional. Indeed, Holocaust remembrance is not only a tribute to its victims, it is the cornerstone of our moral and political responsibility. Therefore, France is proud to present its candidacy for the presidency of the IRA in 2027. This candidacy reflects our determination to deepen international cooperation on Holocaust education, remembrance, and the global fight against anti-Semitism. We know this effort must also begin at home. The French government is deeply committed to addressing anti-Semitism at every level, nationally and internationally. As the minister in charge of equality, I had the honor of presenting our governmental strategy on fighting racism, anti-Semitism, and all forms of discrimination, which represents a strategic and comprehensive effort to strengthen our response. Among the many tools at our disposal, one remains paramount: education. And I agree with Dominique Régnier, law is not enough. Even if I was a judge, I say that law is not enough. What is very important is education. Following the side event at the United Nations General Assembly in New York, dedicated to the prevention of anti-Semitism through education, we entrusted UNESCO with a central role to guide the development of global tools and training to confront hate speech and anti-Semitism. Through ongoing dialogue with Jewish communities and international partners, I have come to see ever more clearly that anti-Semitism and hate speech are not isolated threats. They represent a profound danger to the very fabric of democratic society. History teaches us that the normalization of hate speech often signals the earliest stages of tragedy. This is why we must begin in our classrooms, but not end there. Educators, policymakers, and learners alike must be equipped to detect, challenge, and dismantle anti-Semitic narratives and prejudices. Moreover, as anti-Semitism assumes new forms and spreads across digital platforms, it is essential that we adapt and confront these challenges through international collaboration focused on emerging technologies and in AI. Our transatlantic relationship, particularly with the United States, has been a cornerstone of this response. The inaugural US-France dialogue on countering anti-Semitism held in 2024 with Ambassador Deborah Lipstadt, and I'm very happy to see you again, dear Deborah, Special Envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism, resulted in the adoption of a joint roadmap. While we have encountered some delays with the new administration, I remain confident that our shared determination will carry us forward. Our cooperation has already fostered a constructive exchange on the topic of artificial intelligence, notably through the UNESCO roundtable held during the 2025 AI Action Summit, which addressed the potential and risks of emerging technologies. Beyond our transatlantic engagement, we are also deepening our cooperation within Europe, as we will have another Franco-German dialogue on anti-Semitism on the 7th and 8th of July. And I have greatly insisted on the importance of the participation of civil society, as it is imperative that we listen to the voices of Jews on the front lines, such as educators, activists, community leaders, and survivors. and that their insights inform our policies. This dialogue will first be structured over 2 days, one devoted to institutional exchange, the other dedicated to civil society, and I wish for the next US-France dialogue to follow the same format. As a final word, I would like to reiterate that fight against anti-Semitism should not solely rest on the shoulders of Jewish communities and organizations, nor should it be limited to institutional strategies and roadmaps. It is a responsibility of all who believe in the principle of justice, equality, and human dignity. It's a fight for democracy itself. You said it, Mr. President. Therefore, let us stand united, not only in remembrance, but in action. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Deborah Lipstadt, Daniel Solomon, and Josef Murciano. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for being with us, Ambassador Lipstadt.
Is the redheaded panel here?
I guess it must be. Well, we recognize that we're the only thing keeping you between lunch, so we'll try and make this as engaging as we can. Thank you so much for being with us, Ambassador Lipstadt. My name is Daniel Solomon. I'm the president of AJC's Campus Global Board, and joined with us.
Hi, my name is Josef Murciano, and I'm the president of the French Union of Jewish Students, UEGF. Our organization has been at the forefront of the fight against anti-Semitism in racism and all form of discrimination on French campuses since 80 years. We work every day to defend memory, promote justice, defend Israel's existence, and ensure that Jewish students can live and express their identity without fear. And I want to say hello to Emily. Emily is the president of UGF in the local chapter of Sciences Po, and I think we can applaud her very.
Okay, so let's get started. Similar to American diplomacy, countering anti-Semitism and U.S. support for Israel have long been recognized in the U.S. as issues of national conviction, like democracy, liberalism, and bipartisanship, to name a few. So I was wondering, from your perspective as both a diplomat and a historian, how has this changed in recent years?
Well, I think, and we've heard this from Professor Nadel and from others this morning, this is not entirely new. There's a continuity, and was mentioned the exhibit on Dreyfus, now at the Jewish Museum here. I won't even try to say it in French. But it's different. There is a difference. And there's a difference in the sense of intensity. There's a difference in the sense of what is possible. But there's another difference. And I was privileged about just 2 years ago to be at the White House podium when the national strategy, the first American national strategy on fighting anti-Semitism was introduced. I was one of the presenters of the strategy. And from the podium of the White House, I made the point, in fact, we were not in the White House itself, but in the executive office building, that wedding cake building next to the White House, that we were standing but a couple of hundred yards, and I checked this out with the State Department historian to make sure I had it correct, where the State Department used to have its offices in that building in the 1930s. And in the 1930s, the State Department of the United States of America was determined, to borrow a phrase from David Wyman's book, to erect paper walls to keep Jews out of the United States. One of the most famous, not the only tragic case, was of course Otto Frank, who tried to get into the United States. His sponsor was the Strauss family, the owners of a small department store called Macy's, and he couldn't get in. They tried to keep Jews out, and they succeeded in keeping Jews out, so that the quota from Germany was the immigration quota was not filled till 1938 after Kristallnacht. And here the difference was the United States government was issuing a national strategy to fight anti-Semitism. Are there still problems in government? Absolutely. That's one example. The other example is my position itself, which was passed by the Congress of the United States, first establishing the special envoy position at the level of an ambassador. Other than a secretary of a federal agency, a member of the cabinet, that's the highest level that you can be in the United States government. Those are two comments, and there have been others as well, of the difference. So that, yes, the problem remains, but whereas in the 1930s, there was no government fighting it, either they were neutral, and how you in the face of evil can be neutral is another conversation, or they were supporting it. Today, governments recognize, whether their efforts are strong or are paltry, that this is a problem.
Louis Vassy just talked about it. In 2024, a Jewish activist from UGF was excluded from a room because she's a Zionist. Everyone in this room knows that excluding a student from a lecture hall simply because she called herself a Zionist is an anti-Semitism act. And yet, this basic truth is often questioned and in public debate. During many weeks just after the events in Sciences Po, UGF needed to fight in the media, in universities, and with some French MPs too, to practically convince them, very progressive people, that we cannot exclude a Jew because she's a Jew. So my question is, why has it become so difficult to clearly name anti-Semitism today, according to your experiences? And what are the tools we need to use to express it without being dismissed or discredited?
I think, and this has been mentioned before, when I was before the Congress of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, because I had to be confirmed by the Senate, a delayed process, I talked about a spectrum of anti-Semitism from the right to the left. I no longer use that spectrum. I talk about a horseshoe where the two extremes meet. And what's fascinating, the extreme right and the extreme left, you would think, okay, so they both are going to be dedicated to hating Jews, but they'll hate them for different reasons, because extreme right. But it's the same tropes. It's the same stereotypes, finance, power, etc. So you see that meeting there, which is one of the great problems that we face. And the problem is that what used to, a horseshoe, just the two ends are supposedly magnetized, but the magnetic strength is going up to more of the center. I think there's another point, and I've made this point. This was something that I stressed while in office, and my team stressed it as well, that we have to recognize that the threat of anti-Semitism, and I do believe that we have to be, sadly, it's sad that we have to do it, but we have to convince the rest of the world that the threat of anti-Semitism is not solely against Jews and Jewish institutions. And I don't use the word just, because in English, when you say just, someone says to you, oh, that's a nice jacket. Oh, it's just an old thing, or that's a nice bag. Oh, it's just an old Birkin bag. I'm getting my new one, kind of thing. It means less. I don't mean less. But there's a multi-tiered threat of anti-Semitism. Forgive me, but I think this deserves to be explicated. First, of course, is the foundational threat to Jews, Jewish institutions, and those associated with them. We had the terrible tragedy, which has been mentioned here properly so, and that we meet in Capitol Hill Museum, or Capitol Museums, I'm sorry, on May 21st. It happened to be two people came out who worked for the Israeli embassy. It could have been two non-Jews. It could have been two Germans. It could have been two French. So against Jews, Jewish institutions, and those associated with them. And if it were only that, it would be something worthwhile for a government to address, because as Ambassador Rome pointed out earlier, when one group is threatened, it threatens the whole society. But it's more than that. We've heard the idea and expressed, and again, properly so, of anti-Semitism as a threat to democracy. We often talk about many disruptions in society, homelessness, food insecurity as threat to democracy. But here there's a direct link. If you buy into the conspiracy theory, which is the foundation stone of anti-Semitism, that's one of the things that makes anti-Semitism, different from other prejudices. It's a conspiracy theory. If you buy into that conspiracy theory and believe the Jews control the government, the judiciary, the media, the banking system, you have given up on democracy. But now there's a flip side, which became so clear to us, and we heard it in the previous panel on universities, when, I'll give you an example from an American campus, UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles. The encampment students, or if they were students, no one knows because they masked themselves and refused to identify themselves, so who the hell knows who they were. But when they blocked entrance to the university library, and they said, "Are you Jewish?" "No." "You can go in, welcome, go learn." If the student said, "Yes, I'm Jewish," "Are you a Zionist? Do you support Israel?" If you said yes, you were not allowed in. Those students looked this way and that for someone to stand up for them. UCLA has a police force, as Chancellor Martin pointed out, many universities do, including my own. They were nowhere to be seen. Nowhere to be seen. And when those students brought a case against UCLA fought it, and they said, "Oh, we didn't stop them. It was others." Those students gave up on their faith in the rule of law. It's not just democracy and the rule of law. In the rule of law as applied to them. Oh, it applies to everyone but us. That's the second level. The third level is it's a threat to national security and stability. There's different forms of anti-Semitism. There's ideological. When we hear it from Iran, it's ideological, it's religious, it's we hate Jews and we would like to see fewer of them walking the face of the earth, to put it bluntly. But there's also what I call utilitarian anti-Semitism. After October 7th, we saw a surge in anti-Semitism from the PRC, the People's Republic of China. Why this surge in anti-Semitism? The Chinese are not inherently anti-Semitic. We've seen it before. It wasn't suddenly new on October 7th. We've heard about continuity, and I think that's important. We've seen it but suddenly there was a much greater thing. And it was the American intelligence community, IC, interpreted as saying a message from the PRC to the global south, what used to be called third world countries, other countries, that we're with you, we're not, the United States may be with them, i.e. Israel, but we're with you. They used it as an ideological tool. Another example, and Professor Nadel explores this in her forthcoming book, at the end of 1959, there was an outbreak of what today would be benign, relatively benign anti-Semitism in the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, New York, in London, in a number of other Western capitals. Who was behind that? The KGB and the Stasi, and then with complicity of communist elements in these Western capitals. It was the USSR's way of signaling, oh, you say we're anti-Semitic, look what's happening to you, or you have faith in West Germany? People said the Nazis. They didn't say the neo-Nazis. It was too soon after the war. The Nazis are back. They use the anti-Semitism as my Eastern European half of my ancestry would say, as a Kochlöffel, as a cooking spoon, to stir up the pot. So that's utilitarian anti-Semitism. So you have anti-Semitism as a threat to Jews, to democracy and rule of law, to national security and stability. And then when I was here in November for the dialogue and for the Paris Peace Forum, I was in conversation with Manuel Valls, your former premier, who made the iconic statement, Jews who were alive during and who were aware during Charlie Hebdo and Hyper Cacher, remember, France without Jews will not be France. And I spoke with him about it. And I said, you know, I looked at the speech in which you said that. And in that speech, he had reassured French Jewry, you'll be secure. Don't leave us, because so many were thinking of leaving. But then he went on to say that. And I interpret that, and I asked him if my interpretation was correct, and he agreed with me, that it wasn't just saying to the Jews, stay here, we'll take care of you, but it was saying to French society, if you take a group that is part of the warp and the woof, the fabric of this society, and you render it so that they don't feel safe staying there, something is going to change in your society as a whole. So when I spoke, so these are the 4 tiers, and this is a message we must give to the rest of the world. This is not just about our security. Yes, of course, we want our children to be safe. We want to be safe if we wear Magen David or a kippah, or some ostensible Jewish, something that identifies us as a Jew. But this is a threat to society at large. My final comment on this is, and I said this in fact to our intelligence community in the United States when I was asked to meet with the various agencies, think of anti-Semitism as, we often say, the canary in the coal mine. That canary is dead. It's finished. Fertig, gamarnu, dead, mort, you know, it's gone. Much better. And that canary was brought down there because it was dispensable. So, and think of it instead as the flashing amber yellow light before the light turns red. It's warning you. And I always think of it, you know, as it's about to go red, it goes faster. I don't think it does, but my imagination is, because I speed up, you know, to get through it. But that the red light is coming. That red light may not be more anti-Semitism. That red light is a disruption to society. And that's the message we have to give. This is not just about the personal safety and security of a segment of the population, which deserves to be safe and secure, but as a threat to society at large.
So I've been thinking a lot recently about free speech. AJC.
It's a pesky little thing.
It is. AJC, in partnership with the American Association of Universities and the American Council on Education, and a broad coalition of academic organizations in the United States, came out with a significant statement expressing concern for recent government action on anti-Semitism and against, well, under the guise of anti-Semitism, against universities, and pledged to work together to counter anti-Semitism. In the past 2 weeks, the perpetrators of 2 violent and deadly attacks yelled the phrase "Free Palestine" in carrying out these vicious attacks, the same phrase that has been continuously defended under the guise of free speech. I'd love to hear your perspective on this.
You know, Free Palestine may have started out as a political statement, you know, as a political, that you want a two-state or one-state solution, though, you know, with equal rights. So how well is that working out in Belgium? I don't know. But it has become, and if it wasn't clear before, it certainly was clear on the night of May 21st, and you've seen the videos. Or in Boulder, last week in Boulder, Colorado, and so many other places. Language evolves. Even more disturbing, of course, is from the river to the sea. And many people who chant it don't know which river, which sea. Some do, but some don't. But what that essentially means is get rid of all the Jews living in the state of Israel. Or the worst of all, of course, is globalize the Intifada. Globalize the Intifada means kill Jews everywhere and anywhere you can find them. those kind of statements may be allowed by free speech, and I think Chancellor Martin was speaking to this quite specifically earlier. Those statements, while they may be allowed, should be unacceptable. And as was said earlier during the academic panel by both panelists, they should be in the sense that even if they're allowed, they should be forbidden by your moral and ethical principles. And this is how low we've sunk in that it's okay. And again, a rule of law is good, but it's not sufficient. So while I believe in free speech, I also believe there are certain things that are unacceptable. Professor Nadel gave us an example of using the N-word, and quoted by Martin, written by and used by Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Nobel Prize winner, but there's certain phrases that become unacceptable, and the idea that we have to say globalize the Intifada is an unacceptable idea is mind-boggling.
About this kind of slogan have become like commonplace in our universities, but I feel that those who use them believes they are on the right side of the story, the right side of the world, the good guys, you know, and fighting for the people who are oppressed and everything. So how do you analyze this from a so-called virtuous anti-Semitism by Eva Illouz, describe it, and where being an anti-Zionist is a good thing in many places, especially in activist places.
It's a very disturbing and worrisome phenomenon. We see it on the campus. It's not going to go away so fast. You and I, Robert and I, were talking about it earlier. It's not one generation. It's going to be multiple generations. I think of the student on some campus, whichever one it might be, the engineering student, who wants to just get to his class or her class. Not all engineering students are male. Wants to get to her class to figure out how to build the next kind of building or whatever it might be. And the encampment is harassing them, and they resent it. But they walk away with the notion, I'm sorry, what is this protest here, and why are they stopping me? But they nonetheless walk away with the impression, whether explicit or implicit, whether conscious or unconscious, that Israel is wrong, and the supporters of Israel are wrong in committing this terrible act. And that's not going to go away with law. It needs law, it needs education, it needs a change in cultural norms, and that's going to be very, very long in coming. It's quite worrisome.
So we often hear that the Holocaust is no longer the only memory, that Jews are not the only one victims, or that the Palestinians are suffering the same thing today that during the Holocaust. So you are an Holocaust denial specialist, if I may.
Think how crazy it is that there should be a specialist in Holocaust denial. It's nuts.
So would you consider that this kind of relativization of is a new form of Holocaust denial?
Yes. There are two kinds of Holocaust denial I talk about. Hardcore Holocaust denial, which is what I faced in court against David Irving, where he said, of course, the gas chambers didn't happen. There weren't 6 million Jews who were not died, murdered, etc. That's hardcore. Softcore denial is equivalent to the description of whack-a-mole. You hit the ball here and it pops up over there. Softcore denial it's squishier, to use a highfalutin term, in the sense that, what are they talking about the Holocaust again? Or why do I have to hear about the Holocaust? Or there's so many people who suffered. Or was it really so bad? Or that kind of thing. So you're not denying the facts, but you're annoyed with this focus on them, and you're annoyed with the fact that Jews were once victims and they have the audacity to talk about it. But I also think that sometimes we often cite it too often. Not that when one out of think about the Holocaust, 1 out of every 3 Jews on the face of the earth was murdered. 2 out of every 3 Jews in the continent of Europe and off Rhodes and Libya, etc., murdered. If you go on most places, France is one exception, but even in France, you go in Europe and you visit synagogues or former synagogues that are now museums to a destroyed people, or memorials, or sometimes they're movie theaters or supermarkets, depending where you're going. Europe used to have a thriving Jewish life. And there are very few countries, France being one of the exceptions, that still have that. So its impact is immeasurable, and it still holds. And even in terms of population replacement, I think we've just barely met the population replacement of 80 years ago. But it's annoying to people. It's annoying. And look, are Palestinians in Gaza, the residents of Gaza, suffering horrendously? Of course. And should our hearts be breaking? You see children who are hungry. You see people fighting for food. It's horrific. It's horrific. You can hold 2 truths in your mind at the same time. Is it a genocide? No, it's not a genocide. There is a legal definition of what a genocide is, and this is not one of them. But it can be terrible without being a genocide, and it can be terrible, and someone who used this term earlier, I don't know who to credit it with, but what we saw on October 7th was a pogrom in Israel. And the world just sort of went right by. For a few days, I was in Rome when it happened, and I think on Tuesday, it happened on Saturday, on Shabbat, Chag. But on Tuesday, there was a march, fittingly, or a rally under the Arch of Titus against what happened. So it was quite striking to see the arch lit up. I said, I just want the menorah back. But that, of course, changed very, very dramatically, and the world is annoyed. And you can fight against this genocide, this accusation of genocide, and it's still at the same time have sympathy in your heart for the people who are suffering.
Last question. Many young people in this room likely enjoy learning, but are even more motivated by action. And so I'd like to ask, in your view, how do you feel are some productive and pragmatic ways that young people can actively counter anti-Semitism both now and as they advance in their careers?
A number of things. Under my leadership at the State Department, my team, the Office of Special Envoy, we spearheaded a drive, and France is a signatory to this, of global guidelines to counter anti-Semitism. If you don't know about them, just Google it or use whatever platform you use, search engine you use, on global guidelines to counter anti-Semitism. They're written for governments, to governments, but they are absolutely applicable to civil society. Leaders should speak out expeditiously and unequivocally when you encounter anti-Semitism. Speak out expeditiously and unequivocally when you encounter anti-Semitism. I had a student come to me, and she talked about encountering anti-Semitism from her suite mates in the dormitory, and I said, speak out. That doesn't mean you have to bash them over the head, but educate. And she said, well, I'm afraid I'll lose their friendship. I said, I'm not sure you want them as friends. But it's easy for me to say. They were her roommates, her suite mates. But speak out expeditiously and unequivocally. Educate yourselves before you start worrying about others. Educate yourself about what is anti-Semitism and what is not anti-Semitism. There's a Talmudic principle, tafasta merubeh lo tafasta. If you try to grab too much, you end up grabbing nothing at all. Something may be said that you find despicable, you find disturbing, and you disagree with. It may not be anti-Semitism. not all criticism of the policies of the state of Israel are anti-Semitism. If that were the case, the hundreds of thousands of people who demonstrate on the street on Saturday night in Israel would be anti-Semites, and of course that's ridiculous. If you know anything about Israel, you know that the national sport of Israel is not football, it's criticism of the government, and it depends which government is in, you always know better about what, and even if it's a government you support, you still know better about what should be done. So criticism of policies of the state of Israel, that's not criticism of the existence of the state of Israel. That is anti-Semitism. And if you say, well, it's a anachronism to have a state based on a theology, well, tell that to the, I think, 22 Muslim countries that exist in the world, So educate yourself on what is and what isn't anti-Semitism. There are lots of good books out there and others forthcoming that you should know. So, and then try to educate others. I think that those are the important things. And let me say to the Jewish young people who are here, there's something else to all of us, but live as Jews. We spend, it's one thing to know about what is done to Jews, but it's another thing to know what Jews do. Educate others about Jewish life. You have a Friday night dinner, invite someone who's never been there before. But you yourselves, even that's an outreach kind of thing, but also inreach. I spoke about a horseshoe, but there is a spectrum of Jewish life. And on one end of the spectrum is joy, and the other end is oi, And we spend too many Jews are very sensitive to and aware of the oi end. But there's much more joy. And Jewish life was never, people didn't live as Jews to spite anti-Semites. They lived as Jews because it was who they were. It was because they appreciated the wisdom of that tradition. And it was their being. It was as essential to them as being a woman or a man or whatever. But that was their essential being. So to live Jewish lives, I'm going to show the anti-Semites, but because of what it gives you. So I would say speak out, educate yourselves and educate others, and most of all, live at the joy end of the spectrum, even while you fight the oi end. There was something in Israeli history called Aliyah Bet, the illegal immigration. You all know about the ship Exodus. Or maybe if you read the book or saw the movie, yeah, and that's right, it sailed from France exactly. But there was another ship, and the remains of that ship used to be when there was just one road up to Haifa, the coastal road. It was called the Af al Pi Chen, the nonetheless, and it comes from the song many Jews sing at Havdalah at the end of Shabbat about Eliyahu Hanavi. They sing it because when Eliyahu is going to be the harbinger of the days of the Messiah, and then all days will be like one continuous Shabbat. And it says, "Ve'af al pi sheyitmamea," even though Eliyahu is taking a long time to get here, even though he tarries, nonetheless, I believe. And I think we have to live in an af al pi chen world, in a nonetheless world. Don't let the anti-Semites determine who you are and what you are.
And on that note, thank you very much to Ambassador Lipstadt. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much for your many decades of service to the Jewish community. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us. And thank you to the young leaders of tomorrow for giving us hope, such joy.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the breakout sessions. So my name is Joanne Elbaz, and I'm part of the AJC Access Board here in Paris.
Hi, I'm Ari Axelrod. I'm a Broadway performer. I do a solo show that I wrote called A Place for Us, a celebration of Jewish Broadway, which is equal parts honoring the contributions of Jewish writers and creators to the American musical, but also a real opportunity to encourage and celebrate Jewish vitality, or as Professor Lipstadt said earlier, highlighting the joy and not the oi.
Exactly. So to kick off this afternoon's plenary sessions, I'm very happy to welcome on stage Eric Ward, who is the Executive Vice President of Race Forward, a nonprofit organization that fights for racial equity and justice. Welcome, Eric. Thank you.
Bonjour. That is about as much as I will butcher French today. It's an honor to be here, and before we talk about what it means to stand together against hate, before we name what's broken and lift up what's working, I'd like to start with something personal. My father is 99 years old. He'll turn 100 this October. He shares the same birthday as Dwight D. Eisenhower. And like Eisenhower, my father served in the European theater operations during World War II. He was part of the 4035 Quartermaster Truck Company, black soldiers sent across the ocean to fight fascism. Men who risked their lives for freedom, that truth be told, they were still being denied at home. Now, his transport ship was to take him to England, but their convoy got scattered by U-boats. He ended up off the coast of Spain and finally found port here in France at Le Havre. When I asked him if that was terrifying, being cut off and drifting in hostile waters, he didn't hesitate. He said to me, not as terrifying as being in the Army base in Van Dorn, Mississippi, or Camp Polk, Louisiana. He said it to me quietly, like he wasn't just giving an answer, he was remembering. Those were Army bases where black soldiers were regularly beaten when they left it, where some were lynched. Army bases on US soil. My father was in Reims, not too far away from here, when the peace treaty was signed, VE Day, in May of 1945. The war ended, but not the struggle. While he was stationed there in Reims, he fell in love. A French woman, 18 Rue de Mulhouse. That's where his love lived. That's where her family treated him like a son and a friend. And that's where my older sister, Monica, was born. I never got to meet Monica. She passed away from pneumonia when she was 4 years old. But I carry her with me always. Her story, the ghost of what might have been. She is part of what brings me here today, not just as a speaker, but as someone with a living connection to its country and to this people. I'm gonna drop this on the floor for now. I'm also a punk rocker. I too fell in love in France, though not with a person, but with a place, a spirit. In 1988, I was a broke kid living on less than $500 in Vercors, in the region just out of a city called Grenoble. I was in a town called Villard-de-Lans. I worked odd jobs. I relied on the room and board from a school. I attended, hitchhiked, shared meals and rides with strangers. I listened to people who didn't speak my language, but who understood what it meant to search for meaning, for belonging, and for justice. It was there that I learned something that I still carry with me, that liberté, égalité, fraternité wasn't just a slogan in some old history book. It's a promise often broken, but still worth keeping, still worth fighting for. And I want to be clear. I'm not here today to say France has figured it out. Neither is the United States. What I am saying is that France, those years ago, gave me something rare, the space to become someone who believes not in the perfection of coexistence, but in its necessity, its struggle, its power. So that's part of who I am. That's part of where I come from. And it's part of what led me here today. Now let me tell you why I'm here. I've spent nearly 3 decades studying organized hate and violence, not from a distance, but up close, inside hate group spaces, often before the headlines. I've tracked the rise of neo-Nazis. I've worked with law enforcement, civic leaders, and grassroots organizers. I've warned that anti-Semitism is not a relic of the past. It's a warning light of what was coming. Anti-Semitism doesn't only threaten Jewish people. It destabilizes democracy itself. It's the conspiracy theory that holds organized racism intact. In the United States, we've watched this unfold in real time. Charlottesville, Tree of Life, Poway, Jersey City, Colleyville. The names pile up, each one a scream in the dark. And for a long time, that darkness came mostly from one direction, the white nationalist movement. Fueled by the replacement theory, a story told over and over again in the protocols of the learned elders of Zion, written in French in a novel called The Camp of Saints, written in English in a novel called The American Turner Diaries, The Great Reset, and centuries-old anti-Semitic lie. But something has shifted in recent weeks, and we need to talk about it honestly. There have been 2 attacks on Jewish people in the United States in the last 2 weeks. And this time, it wasn't white nationalist. These attackers claimed to be acting in solidarity with Palestine. That matters. Let me be clear. It is possible, it is essential to oppose violence being perpetuated in both Israel and Gaza, to grieve for Palestinians and Israelis, and to still reject anti-Semitism without hesitation or qualification. Because targeting Jews or those in proximity to them for what a government does, any government, is not solidarity. It's scapegoating. It is anti-Semitism. And when people abandon our Jewish neighbors in the name of justice, they are not fighting for liberation. They are reenacting the oldest betrayal in the book. I want to say something directly to the Jews in the room. I see the pain you are carrying, the grief, the confusion, the exhaustion, the sense of betrayal by movements you believed in, by friends who suddenly fall silent, by a left that often treats your safety as an inconvenience. You are not imagining it, and you are not alone. You must be able to hold more than one truth at a time. We must be able to say that violence is unacceptable. And what's happening to Jewish people around the world is simply dangerous and unacceptable. That's not a contradiction. That's integrity. And to my friends on the political left, I say this as someone who has walked with you for years. If we cannot name and confront anti-Semitism in our own spaces, we no longer have the moral authority to demand justice anywhere else. You can't fight racism while ignoring its oldest form. You cannot fight authoritarianism while looking away from anti-Semitism that always comes with it. We must hold the line. Now, I know you all have spent the day deep into the patterns, the data, and the reality of anti-Semitism. I know it's heavy, But if all we do is name the threat, we haven't done our job. So I want to shift a little bit. I want to talk about what's working and what gives me hope, about what is possible when we refuse to give in to fear. You know, when we talk about allyship, people sometimes think it means standing in front of someone else's pain. But true allyship isn't about stepping in front. It's about standing with, shoulder to shoulder, not just in crisis, but in quiet, in the daily, difficult, unglamorous work of showing up. And it is happening right now in big and small ways. I think about a group of young Black organizers in Georgia who, after Charlottesville, didn't just condemn white nationalism, they made a point of reaching out to the local synagogues there. They wanted to make clear, we see what's happening to you. They wanted to make clear that when white supremacy rises, it comes for all of us. They didn't wait to be asked. They understood the stakes. I take a local leader, a labor leader in Los Angeles, a Latino man, who changed his NGO's equity curriculum 10 years ago after seeing Jewish workers consistently sidelined in anti-racist discussions. He told me, if we're going to fight racism, that includes anti-Semitism, or else we're just drawing new lines between us and them. That's allyship. And in France, let's be honest, it's not all fear and fracture here as well. I've heard stories of Muslim and Jewish community leaders coming together after acts of violence. I've seen students build bridges that their parents have tried to burn down. Everyday people trying to tell a different story, one rooted not in nostalgia or denial, but in shared dignity. These stories mostly don't make the headlines, but they matter. They matter because they remind us that we are not helpless. We are not alone. Allyship is the antidote to despair. It's how we transform moments of terror into movements of solidarity. And let me say this clearly. I'm not here to tell Jews how to survive anti-Semitism. You've been doing that for centuries. I am here to say you do not have to do it alone. That's what a whole of society approach demands. Not performative statements, not press releases, but institutions across civil society taking responsibility. Schools that teach about anti-Semitism as part of an anti-racist education. Tech companies that stop treating hate speech as an algorithmic puzzle. Politicians who stopped using Jewish trauma as a political prop. Movements that treat Jewish safety not as a side conversation, but as central to our shared future. And yes, non-Jews like me, who treat anti-Semitism not as someone else's issue, but as our own moral obligation. The good news is this: we know what works. We know that when people feel seen, when they are invited into community rather than pushed into corners, they don't just show up, they stay, they build, they lead. This is the moment to expand that circle, not tighten it. This is the moment to invest in those who are ready to live forward together. Let's talk plainly about the moment we are in. You have spent the day talking about anti-Semitism from all the angles, ideological, cultural, institutional. But I want to zero in on something dangerous and urgent. It's not new, but it's evolving. It's the strategic use of anti-Semitism as a political tool, and particularly how it is being deployed by some elected officials and far-right actors across the US and other places. Now, I want to be careful here. I'm not here to say anti-Semitism only exists on the political right. It does not. There are some on the left who have treated anti-Semitism as a distraction, who have been quick to explain it away, to minimize Jewish pain, or to worse, to weaponize global conflict in ways that give license to harm. That failure is real, and it has caused real harm. But I also need to say this. The MAGA movement in the US is not simply tolerating anti-Semitism. It is cultivating it. It is normalizing it, and it is benefiting from it. Let me be plain. There are some in elected office in the United States who have opened the door to white nationalism in American public life. They have platformed it, they have winked at it, and they have hired it, and they have made it part of their coalition. That is not rhetorical flourish. That is a matter of public record. And let me be very clear. That movement of elected officials do not love Jews. They love using Jews. It loves using Jews to shield itself from charges of bigotry, to deflect attention from its racism, to manipulate fears around Israel, to fracture pro-democracy coalitions, to grant moral cover to its agenda that is deeply authoritarian and deeply dangerous. And here's the trap. The more that movement claims to be true friends of Jewish people, the more isolated Jewish communities feel. That isolation is the point. It is intentional. It is meant to make Jews feel like they have no one else, that their only allies are those who will exploit their fear while stroking it further. It is meant to pull Jews away from the broader struggle for democracy, inclusion, justice, and most importantly, the right to belong, free from fear and bigotry. It seeks to turn anti-Semitism into a partisan wedge. We will not allow that to happen, not just because it's wrong, but because it's also dangerous. You see, the fight against anti-Semitism cannot be separated from the fight against racism in all of its forms. Because at its core, anti-Semitism is not just a prejudice. It is a racial conspiracy theory about how power works. It says that Jews are secretly controlling everything, governments, media, and banks, and that the only solution is to tear the whole thing down. Sound familiar? It's the same playbook white nationalists use to attack immigrants, to attack black communities, to attack gays and lesbians, to attack Muslims, and yes, to attack Jews. If we allow this moment to pit us against one another, we lose the only thing that has ever worked against this type of hatred: solidarity. Let me say again, you don't defeat authoritarianism with silos. You defeat it with shared purpose. I believe in a fight against anti-Semitism that does not require Jews to abandon their solidarity with anyone. I believe in a fight against racism that does not demand black and brown communities look away from anti-Semitism. I believe in a future where no one is asked to choose between their own safety and someone else's dignity. But to get there, we must refuse the politicization of the struggle. We must refuse to let the fight against anti-Semitism be used to attack movements for justice. And we must refuse to accept any political movement, left or right, that treats Jewish people as pawns rather than partners. It's easy to feel like we are losing ground. And some days, maybe we are. But I believe this. We still have a say in what kind of world we will build for this moment. That is our responsibility, to act on that belief. I believe in coexistence, but not the kind you find on a bumper sticker, not the kind that papers over injustice with polite silence, not the kind that requires erasure or assimilation. I believe in coexistence that is not cute, but complicated, messy, painful, real, and worth it. Because the alternative is a world where we live behind walls, where fear decides our politics, where we forget how to listen, how to weep, how to love across difference. I don't want to live in that world, and I don't think you do either. So what do? We stop waiting for perfect solutions. We start investing in imperfect, courageous ones instead. We refuse to be defined by the people who divide us. We remind ourselves that while we cannot shape all that happens in this world, what we do with the horror, how we carry it, how we respond, that is our choice. And that choice is our power. My father once told me something I've never forgotten. He said, you don't get to pick your moment in history. You only get to decide how you show up in it. That's what allyship is. That's what solidarity is. That's what love is. Thank you.
Guys, sorry to interrupt, but before we continue, there's a brown briefcase that was left in the corridor. So if it's any of yours, please raise your hand and go get it. Okay, super.
Good. Okay. Thank you so much, Eric. That was inspiring and healing and also very punk rock of you. So thank you very, very much. I would like to welcome to the stage. In 2 minutes, I'd like to... Does anybody have any questions? What? Oh. You're serious. You're kidding.
Well, Ari is a Broadway performer. I'm not kidding. Oh, great.
It's all good.
Here. Okay, you're
Great.
good.
I'll sing tomorrow in Normandy. How about that? Okay. I would like to welcome to the stage Elise Goldfarb. I'd like to welcome to the... Do you want to do... I'd like to welcome to the stage content creators Asia Mayrak and Nusir Yassin. But...
Yes, just one little announcement. If you want to take pictures, that's fine. But if you can please wait until tomorrow. If you post anything on social media, that would be great.
Best introduction we've had in our careers.
Yes. Woo! Let's move some chairs into the middle so we can sit.
Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. We just came from Zurich, and Paris is a lot less expensive. Before we begin, we'd like to know who the hell are we talking to? So if you can please do us a favor, just like raise your hand and scream one sentence or two. Who are you and why are you here? Who wants to start?
It's a very shy audience. You're in France, guys. No one? What about Moshe?
All right, Moshe, go ahead.
Woo!
Scream.
Awesome. Moshe and I have never met, but he is the reason I went to Tunisia. So, hi, Moshe.
Okay, how about that lady over there? You, yes. No, you. Yep, that's you. Yeah.
My name's Gabriella. I'm here because we are talking.
Scream louder so everybody can hear you.
Antisemitism is on the rise right now all around the world, and we're here to talk, both French people and American people, to help figure out how we can combat antisemitism in the best way.
Great. Can we do a show of hands?
Yes.
Raise your hand if you're Jewish. Okay. Raise your hand if you're not Jewish. Okay, so let's have you introduce yourself. You want to choose the next person?
Okay, yes. Who else is not Jewish? The guy over there. Yes. Awesome. Thanks for coming. Someone over here. Who is pointing? Oh, Eric.
What was the, sorry, I see I was side chat.
Well, everybody knows you.
Hi, everyone. Eric Ward. Not Jewish.
Okay, now we know a little bit about
Yes.
everybody. It's just one more time. Raise your hand if you're from France. Raise your hand if you're not from France. Okay, interesting.
Okay, very mixed room.
Great. So, Asia, who are you?
I'm Asia. I am an American Jew. I live in New York, and I create content about interesting people, places in the world, and Jewish communities all over the world, in places like Tunisia and Azerbaijan, and places like that.
Great. Well, you're a lot more than that. You're a best-selling author. You just graduated Columbia Business School, and you're one of the fastest-rising creators on social media.
Thank you. And who are you?
My name is Nasire, like yes, sire, no sire, yes, yes, senor, no senor. It's very, I hope it makes sense. Complicated name, complicated background. I'm Israeli, but I'm not Jewish. I'm actually of Palestinian origin, so it's very complicated. I studied in America, I live in America, and we are dating.
Yes. And we met right before October 7th, and we fell in love right after October 7th. And both of us create content that aims to humanize the other and bring people together. And we do that both in our relationship and online.
Yeah, and I think what we would love to talk about here is the role of media. Because I'm going to guess that 95% of you are either too shy or too scared to put their opinion on the internet in a video on Instagram or TikTok. And you're not shy for some reason, and you're not scared. Why do you care about media? Why can't you just become a venture capitalist, increase shareholder value, and go to the Hamptons?
I think what I realized from a very young age is that stories can change people's lives and stories can change the world. And I wrote my first book when I was in high school about bullying. It became a bestseller, and it helped young people that were being bullied and going through bullying. And so over the years, especially as a Jew, as I wrestled with my identity and seeing all the anti-Semitism in the world, I wanted to find a way to speak about it that would reach Jews and non-Jews. And so I started creating content that did that, and I found so much meaning in that. But what about you?
Yeah, well, I'm from a village in the Middle East. Where I come from, people don't make videos. It's not a thing. You either become a doctor, a lawyer, or a construction worker. And you know, I kind of stumbled into this content world by just making videos. I was a software engineer in New York before that. But I have found that content is the fastest and the cheapest way to reach the most number of people. So if you're looking for the fastest and the cheapest way to influence the most number of people, you make content. If you're looking for the most expensive and one of the slowest ways to reach the most number of people, you make a movie. You know, if you're looking for the way to reach no people, you write a book. Like, I mean, it's the package that, no offense, I wrote a book too, trust me, I know the pain. But mine was not a bestseller. So, but it's one of those things where it's like,
The fastest and the cheapest way.
fast impact, very cheap cost. And it's even cheaper right now. So I actually think the way to fix anti-Semitism is mainly through media and travel, but we're not travel agents. So media is the way.
And I actually want to ask you about that because one of my favorite things in the world that you do is something called Builders of the Middle East, which you started after October 7th. So I want you to tell everyone about that and brag a little bit.
You know, after October 7th, we realized that the reason there's anti-Semitism in the Middle East is because Al Jazeera. Simple as that. You can pinpoint it to one organization, one state, one, just quote-unquote journalist. It's, oh, wow, somebody loves Al Jazeera. This is my opinion. Could be the truth, could be not. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree completely.
You agree?
Yeah.
Wow, we should make a video about this. So the reason Al Jazeera is successful is because you can pay $200 million a year to fund Al Jazeera without any business model. And so it would cost $200 million a year to build a TV channel. With social media, it'll cost 1% of that. So now it'll cost $2 million a year to run a social media channel. That's exciting. So we raise $2 million every year from philanthropists, and we just create basically content that brings people together, that humanizes the Jews and the Muslims and the Palestinians and everybody. And it's like a Nas Daily, but it's not called Nas
Yes,
Daily.
but who is creating that content?
It's a team of 20 people sitting in Tel Aviv, 10 Arabs and 10 Jewish Israelis. Wow, she loves Arabs. Lots of people love a lot of things. But I'll tell you something. It costs now $2 million a year. In the next 2 years, it'll cost $100,000 a year to compete with Al Jazeera.
Why?
Because AI, the value of content used to cost $100,000 to make a documentary. Now it costs $200. And it can reach the same number of people. It is insane. What do you think?
I think, so you just put out a video today with AI. I'm experimenting with AI through learning about it through you, but you put out a video that is about Alan Watts and Israel and Palestine. And I think what's something very interesting about how I've seen people use AI, especially to talk about anti-Semitism or Israel, is that it can almost make you look more unbiased, because it's less personal than showing your face or you being in the video. And the stories can, I think, reach a broader audience because it feels more removed in that way. But okay, I want you to tell everyone about that video about Alan Watts.
Well, actually, that's a very good point. So a lot of you are shy. You're just shy from putting your face on social media, or maybe you have a French accent. And we know the world does not like French accents. No, I'm joking. It's the sexiest accent. But if you ever want to have an American accent and you want to have white skin color or black skin color, or you want to be any person you want in the world, you can do that with AI. You can imagine yourself as a 90-year-old or a 9-year-old in any country in the world for $100 a video. What does that mean? That means you can tell any story in the world without showing your face. You can go more viral than me and her combined. That's exciting. If you're not doing this now with AI, creating content that humanizes people, you're missing out.
Definitely.
Let's go back and make more videos.
I know, now I'm thinking I really have a lot of work to do on making AI content about Israel.
But tell us about your Jews Around the World series, because that's also interesting.
I was just thinking that as you were talking about AI. So I make this series called Jews Around the World, where I actually go to these places and I tell the stories of Jewish communities in diaspora, in places that you might never have heard that there are Jews before. And I started doing this because of two reasons. One, as an American Jew, I thought the only Jews in the world were Ashkenazi Jews. I had no idea that there were Sephardic Jews or Mizrahi Jews or Black Jews. And I felt like I had less of an argument when I was talking to anti-Semites because of that. So I wanted to educate Jews all over the world about the diversity of our people. And I also wanted to educate non-Jews on the same type of persecution.
So what's an example of a video you made in Tunisia?
So in Tunisia, I made a video about how the Jews got to Jerba, where they came to this small island off the coast of Tunisia 3,000 years ago, and they still live there today. And so I made that video, and it reached even Mohammed Hadid, who commented on that video.
Who is Gigi Hadid's father?
Gigi Hadid's father, yeah. And so I found that this series has really been powerful in reaching people that don't agree with us. And now I'm thinking, as you're talking about AI, how that can be used to reach even more people and break down more barriers.
Yeah, you can make that same video in French, in German, in every single language. Also, we have another guest joining us.
Yes, Elise. So Elise is an amazing French content creator. We were just meeting. Hi, nice to meet you.
I love you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Honestly, I love what you do.
Je m'appelle Nasser.
Je m'appelle Elise. Hello.
And I would love to hear about your take on being a Jewish creator in France, online, being very vocal, and what that has been like.
Well, some of you here are French, so you know. You know how it's been. It's been really hard. France is the biggest Jewish community in Europe. So there are huge stakes here for anti-Semitism. I mean, for Jews. And we're facing a lot of anti-Semitism. And on social media, it's been wild, honestly. I think that we all need to relax, first of all, because I know that it's really hard. Some days, I wake up, this morning, I cried. Like, I woke up and I saw a poster that was made for the Pride because I'm gay. So I'm working with the queer Jewish community in France. And let me say that being Jewish and being gay at the same time is quite a
See, that was going to be my question to you. Which one is harder?
Being Jewish. I mean,
Really?
being gay now is like being white, you know. It's chill.
Not where I come from.
Yeah, I know. No, it's been really hard when I was a child, but now I feel like we have a big, loud voices for the queer community to speak up. But since the 7th of October, gay Jews have been really struggling because on social media we've been harassed by homophobic people and now gay people. Because the LGBT community has been really exclusive, you know. I've been, like, my whole job on social media was to provide information and sensibilization around coming out, the fact of coming out to your family. And now I receive messages from people who tell me that I'm not a part of the LGBT community anymore. Like, I'm not allowed to be gay. I'm like, my rabbi, he said the same. So, guys, you need to get it straight. Like, I would say that it's hard, but we need to educate each other. I feel that people have abandoned the educational part. Like, every morning, every day, we need to explain things. And I feel that's what you're doing. But when I was a child, my mom, she told me, listen, you're Jewish, you're going to have to explain everything every day. But I know it's going to be a burden, but it's also going to be your superpower. I mean, we have the power to change mentalities, and people are always going to be racist, anti-Semitic, homophobic, but we cannot let hate drive us. For example, I was at a dinner last week with Jewish people, and it was a Shabbat. And I was here with my girlfriend, and I said that she was my girlfriend, and the guy who I was talking to, he looked at his wife, and he was like, they're woke. And I was like, no, it's not, I'm gay. Being gay is not a political view, you know, it's who I am.
But let me ask you something. Why did the LGBTQ community not stand up for Israel in the last 2 years?
I feel like there's a huge misunderstanding for the gay community about who are the Jews. They think from a Marxist point of view. They think that the world is divided between the powerful and the meaningless. Okay? And they feel like Jews are white, powerful, dominant people. And most of all, they're stupid. So.
But Aja, that's literally what you're trying to change with your content. Yeah. Showing that 50% of Israel is not even white.
That's what I'm saying every day to people. I'm like, European Jews in Israel is like 30% of the population. It's crazy to me.
What do you wish that content creators in France and around the world would do differently in terms of their messaging when talking about anti-Semitism in Israel?
Unfortunately, I think that in terms of communication, we suck. I'm sorry, guys, but we're bad at this exercise, I would say. We need to work together. We need to stop allying with people who are not hearable to other people. We tend to think inside of the box instead of thinking outside of the box. That's why I think you are so huge, because you think outside of the box. You're making content that is universal. And today, we're struggling to do that. We need to teach people and to be positive and to learn living together, having conversation with each other, with the others also. We need to, yeah.
I actually think this is where there is so much power in people like you because of non-Jewish allies.
Because I'm not white?
Because you're not Jewish. No, because it is so rare. I mean, there's like, I can name on
So
one
rare.
hand
Wow.
people that are, especially Muslim, that will speak in the way that you speak, which is, I think everything is about messaging. And I think, you know, it's amazing to speak out about Israel and anti-Semitism, but at the end of the day, if you are very polarizing and if you are only speaking to Jews, you are speaking to really no one because we're going to agree with you and that's great. My mom will love it, but that's it. And something that I really love about the way that you speak, and I'm trying to be very unbiased here, is that you try to speak to all parties involved while still giving your actual belief system, but not alienating people. And I want to hear, like, I know that's a line that you walk. How do you walk that line?
Well, yeah, that's how you end up with death threats, unfortunately.
Do you receive a lot of them?
Of course!
Like they call you a traitor or?
Of course, I'm traitor number one.
Great.
I always wanted to be number one in everything. Science, in content, and in trading, being a trader. Look, it's really hard because you know how they say the term 2 Jews, 3 opinions? So I like to add to that term. I like to say 2 million Arabs, 1 opinion. You know? Wait, why did you laugh?
It's hard.
Because it's true. Because it's true. That's the problem. I come from a community that doesn't allow as much for debates. And I tell this to my community as well. I'm like, for God's sake, how confident are we that this is the truth? How confident are you that you are on the true side? At least you're debating it. At least there's enough Jews that are anti-Israel that makes me feel comfortable, you know?
Of course.
It doesn't feel like every single Jewish person. I mean, Bernie Sanders, for God's sake, is one of the most famous Jews in the world. Ben and Jerry's.
Wow, intense.
I love the internal debate in Judaism because it allows for the truth to come out. And the truth is a little bit gray, unfortunately. But I feel like in my community, there's not a lot of that. So I thought, okay, I'll be the first one to do it. I can afford the death threats because luckily I have enough business and that's not reliant on the Middle East. So you can say whatever the hell you want to say. But for the average person in the Middle East, they cannot speak up because the minute you speak up, you lose your house, your family, your friends, your business, your money.
And honestly, I don't know if you all know about him, but he's the fucking bravest man that I've seen on social media, honestly. You
Maybe
can,
the dumbest too.
But also, of
I
course,
wouldn't be able to do this without Asia because she's been really instrumental because you are very balanced. Despite your bias, you are extremely balanced. So we always have these debates. She's like making me love my culture more. And I'm like, no, you should love your culture more. It's like...
So actually, I think that one of the most dangerous things in the world is self-hate. And I think, you know, as Jews, probably everyone can relate to that. I struggled with being a self-hating Jew for many, many years of my life. And when I overcame that is when I was able to be very vocal online and not, you know, be bothered by any of the hate. But also, I think, you know, for people like you, that you are not Jewish, that you have a very rich and interesting background and a complicated background, but to not hate that background, to embrace it and to bring it to the table with the arguments that you make is like critical for the world.
But
and for
you made me like my background more than anybody else,
I'm glad, I'm trying.
which is crazy.
Actually, but on the topic of bias and you know, how right or wrong are we? We did a very interesting exercise recently.
You should do it too.
Yes. We use ChatGPT a lot. And we asked ChatGPT, based on everything you know about me and my beliefs, what percentage right do you think I am when it comes to Israel and Palestine?
And what did he say?
It said that it thinks that we are I'm saying it wrong.
Yeah.
What percentage do you think we are wrong?
Yeah, what percentage do you think that we are wrong with our approach? Because we could all be wrong. But we could all be wrong. Of course. You know, it said 30%. There's a 30% chance you could be wrong and 70% chance you could be right. And I think this is a question everybody should ask themselves. What is the percentage chance that my beliefs are wrong?
And beliefs doesn't mean like anti-Israel. It means like about, you know, coexistence, about is it possible to have 2 states, things like that. It can be, you know, much more granular. And
Should we ask her that question?
yeah, what do you think is your chance of being wrong?
Unfortunately, I think I'm always right. No, I would say 30% also, because you can't always be right, and sometimes So yeah, I'm wrong. Sometimes I'm wrong. 30%.
But the reason I think that this is a really helpful exercise to do is we often get, and I'm sure you do, tons of hate online, which can make you question what you're doing. Question, is this video, I made a video about Haifa, and all the comments are horrendous. And I started thinking,
The video was about Haifa is a place of
a
coexistence.
place of coexistence. I started thinking, maybe Haifa is not a place of coexistence. Like, maybe I am wrong. And people brought up good points. There was like, an attack here, whatever. Anyway, when I think, okay, maybe I am 30% wrong, I can live with that percentage of being wrong and still put out and say the things that I do. And so I think for everyone here, if you are faced with that, internal battle, it's a really helpful exercise.
Yeah, you should. Content is essentially sharing your truth, the truth that you believe in. Because the minute you do that, there's going to be a million other people who disagree with your truth. So a very helpful, another question is, what is something you deeply believe in that is deeply controversial? What is something you believe in so much, but for some reason, everybody around you disagrees? This is like, right now, everybody, if you're not on social media, all your friends probably agree with you. Your family agrees with you. Your cousins agree with you. But when you go to social media, you start to meet, Muhammad in Pakistan, and that Muhammad in Pakistan does not agree with me, and his comment is equal in real estate to the comment of Bill Gates. So then you have to figure out, how can I not be influenced by the 1,000, Muhammad from Pakistan, and focus on my truth, even if there's another million comments. And you, Jewish and gay, is like two fights.
Yes, it's two fights. And in France, I think we like harassing people on social media. Like it's something that we do, because in France we like to criticize everything. It's our culture, We're like Jews, actually. We like to discuss everything that we do. So cyber harassment has been huge. I've almost been protected by the government. I mean, when I threw my birthday party last year, the police was protecting the place.
What?
Because I received so many threats from political personalities from the extreme left. They put like a target on my back, And that's why my job, and I also worked with the CRIF, who is throwing this party. To localize accounts in France who are extremists and to help kill them. The accounts who throw not humans. No, to delete the accounts who use extremist points of view and who harass people. And it's been really hard because you realize that sometimes I cannot imagine that some people exist, I'm like, how can you have so much hate? And even the Jews, honestly, sometimes when I post stuff about Palestine, I'm like, guys, we also need to think about all this tikkun olam shit, and all the peace that we embody as a religion. But I always say nice things that to not embarrass anybody. And even there, I received death threats from Jewish people, like stupid Jewish people who told me, "Oh, your parents, they must have been Nazis." I'm like, I'm the daughter of a Holocaust survivor. So what the fuck? What have we become? Honestly, guys. So we need to wake up to stop being polarized. Really, it's urgent. But I love being Jewish so much. We cannot stop being excellent. Come on, guys.
Okay, so that's amazing. I just want to make sure get something clear. We all three of us made it sound like it is terrible to create content on social
No, it's
media.
amazing.
Death threats, police protection, terrible disagreements. It is the best career you can possibly have in your life. It's not cost-free. There's a cost, which is this, but the benefit of creating content is incalculable, which means priceless. I highly recommend everybody create content. Should we take some questions from the audience?
Yes.
Make the question hard, sensitive, and controversial. Go ahead.
Hi, so I create content about the future.
Scream louder.
I create content about the future of work, and I'm curious how you strike a balance between like what you do for your job and your living, and making it personal and
The question is, how can we all of us make money while doing all this political stuff?
Okay, so I'm going to say something controversial. If you don't want to be a Jewish activist, don't make all of your content Jewish activist content, because what happens is, honestly, the algorithm is going to reward you for Jewish content. But you are going to put yourself in an echo chamber, and you're only going to reach Jews and people that hate Jews and no one that you can actually make an impact with.
And you can't build a business on this.
And you can't build a business on it. So I would say, like, if the Jewish thing is very important to you to post about online, but your content is about something else, maybe like 80% of your content be about other stuff and 20% very good content about Jewish topics that will reach the right people, but not put you in an echo chamber.
Can I give an answer that's depressing? Well, thank you. You like depressing answers. Every time I mention the I word or the P word, Israel or Palestine, I lose roughly like $100,000.
Me too.
Yeah, you too.
I lose a client every time I go to Israel.
Exactly. Imagine if you're Sephora, okay, and you want to sponsor a social media person, and then all of a sudden that person has like the Israel-Palestine crap, all the stuff. Why the hell do you want to invite yourself to this potential boycott? Sephora would be stupid to work with me. So I kind of had to make a decision, which is, okay, I need to find ways to make money, not from social media. So I run a technology company and an agency that both make money without mentioning of the word Nas Daily. So this way I allowed Nas Daily to just be what it really is, a free space to do whatever the hell I want. Because if my business was based on Nas Daily, I would be bankrupt today.
Same for me. I have a company that has no link to what I communicate on social media. And on TikTok, I only speak about lesbian stuff. I have a different audience on TikTok and on Instagram. And I don't make money from being Jewish. In France, you can have money by being a Jew, but not by being Jewish.
That's very interesting.
Hi, I'm Ari. I'm also a content creator. I have a question about something you said about the necessity of reaching outside the echo chamber. Isn't it also possible that there is immense benefit in speaking as a Jew directly to Jews and being a resource for them when they might not be able to articulate how they feel? If you are able to articulate how you feel and you allow others in your community to feel seen, and then your video and your content becomes a resource that they can send to people outside of their echo chambers, isn't that also possible and helpful? Have you found that there are content creators or people in your fields that are doing an excellent job of being Jewish people who, when they speak to Jewish people, they make the Jewish community feel seen and heard and valued?
I have an opinion on this. I feel, I could be wrong, I feel like the most powerful Jewish influencers are the ones that you cannot tell they're Jewish from their social media. Casey Neistat is one. Dave Portnoy is another. What's his name? Alex Schultz, the comedian, is another, right?
He's not Jewish, actually.
Oh, wow. He looks very Jewish.
Yeah, but he's not.
But what I mean is, like, those people is like you fall in love with the human first, and then they surprise you. Oh, by the way, I'm Jewish, And now you're like, wait, you just humanized Jews for me. That's what Nas Daily did. Nas Daily got like 20 million followers in like Egypt and Indonesia and Pakistan. And then October 7th came. And then they were like, I love this guy. He's like one of ours. He's Muslim. He's brown. He makes content around the world. Oh, shit. He's from Israel. And it was like a nice Trojan horse almost. So I think that's more impactful potentially than being very clearly, okay, I make Jewish content for Jewish people, because it's very hard to get out of the echo chamber. What do you think?
I think it depends on who you're talking to, because when I was extremely self-hating, I needed people, Jewish creators, to speak to me and educate me. And there were two people specifically that I had followed that were the people that really moved me out of the anti-Semitic echo chamber I was in when I was at NYU. So I think there are people for that. I think the thing I caution people about is that you yourself as the creator are going to fall into a trap where it's the only thing that you are going to be seen as and make money as, and you're not going to be able to really make a living that way.
And you cannot be controversial, because if 100% of your money comes from the Jewish world, there will be no way in which you can change your opinion, because that means business suicide, social suicide. This is why Middle Eastern creators will never say the Israel word. They'll always be Free Palestine, because for them it is political and social and financial suicide. You never want 100% of your eggs in one basket.
Yeah. So I think you actually reach those Jews and you have more power and more possibilities as an individual when you are more than just a Jewish creator. And then you're also going to be seen by the non-Jewish world.
What do you
Honestly, same. I agree with them. And in France, we have influencers who only talk to the Jewish community. And I feel like there are so much of them. Our problem from the point of view of anti-Semitism is that we need to teach people. There is a lot of creators giving the tools for Jews. There is events like this, a lot of events. For France, I feel like now we need people building bridges. People talking. My audience, I started having followers because I was gay and a successful entrepreneur. You know,
Yeah.
I had a company, it worked. So nobody knew I was a Zionist or a Jew. I mean, people knew that I was a Jew, but it was not my stance. But now my followers, they're non-Jewish. I mean, half-half. I have half Jewish, half non-Jewish. And I try to educate them. And if it educates Jews in the same time, if it gives them help, okay. But we need to work with the outside of our community. That's what I feel.
I have a tip for everybody. You should build a channel that is not even about your face. So let's say veganism in Paris on Instagram, right? And you can make 90% of the content about veganism in Paris. You attract all the vegans. And then 10% of the content is, wow, I love vegan food in Tel Aviv. You know? So that's like a really roundabout way.
But that's a way to make impact, not to make money. You're not going to make money that way.
I mean, you can make some money. You're much more likely to make money from that than...
No, I think like when you have these niches and without your face, it's very, very hard to make a living.
It's harder,
honestly.
yeah. It's harder.
But I think that it's a great way to reach those people and normalize these things.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
Hello, thank you all for speaking. This question is for Nas Nusser. AJC has a YouTube page called AJC Arabic. It's been pretty... so did you know about it or not?
No, not at all.
I don't think a lot of people know about it. But it used to post content. I think it's got 24 videos. The last one was from a year ago. Ma alladhi yarbit al-yahud bi-Israel. What connects the Jews to Israel? So, but it's got only 2,000 views over the course of a year. So my question, AJC is basically expanding its activities in the Middle East. At this point in time, what advice would you have to AJC as what you can call a legacy Jewish organization, it's been around for 100 years, to now try to make new inroads in the Middle East?
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about this. Okay, number one.
Check out the video series too.
So Nas Daily has 70 million followers, but only 35 million people speak English. The remaining 35 million do not speak English at all, because I created different pages. Nas Daily Vietnamese, Nas Daily Russian, Nas Daily Bahasa, Nas Daily Arabic. So Nas Daily Arabic has 5 million followers, which is 1% of the Middle East. And that I ended up shutting that down for many reasons. But so I did find that localization is the fastest way in the world to get attention when you speak their language. What did Nelson Mandela say? If you speak a language I learned, it goes to my brain. If you speak to me in my mother's language, it goes to my heart. So you want to go to people's hearts, so you have to speak Arabic. And the problem, many problems I see with what you just said. One, YouTube. YouTube long videos don't go viral. It's the hardest thing to go viral. TikTok, way better. Come on. None of us here have a good presence on YouTube long. I hate YouTube. That's number one. Number two is, it's called AJC. Following this page is political suicide for anybody in the Middle East. You know, imagine I see my friend following, something with the word Jewish. I'll be like, bro, what the hell are you doing? You know, so it has to be a bit more subtle, right? So you have to create a whole new identity. in Arabic, and I would say I would go on like TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. Mainly Facebook and TikTok. That's where Arabs live. In Egypt, the internet is Facebook. When was the last time you uploaded a video on Facebook? Facebook is amazing. Half the world goes on it every day. It's cool. Okay, nobody agrees. Are you on Facebook? Do you put your content on Facebook?
No, I'm not even on Facebook anymore. Only Messenger. It's
Too.
terrible. But
You don't even.
I know that it's huge. My clients, they only want to go to Facebook. And I think also that our ideological enemies, they know how to use social media, guys. That's why I said that we sucked, because AG Plus in France is not called Al Jazeera. It's called AG Plus. No one knows it's Al Jazeera, except people who know.
I hate AJ Plus.
Okay? So, of course, no one's gonna go to a channel that's called AJC. It's American and Jewish. What the fuck? Come on. Wake up. We need to think like them. The soft power. We need to put intelligent soft power to the world, through the world, you know? Intelligent, smart, peaceful, and well-mannered, and inclusive. But Jews, we don't do it well. We're too frontal, too Israelis in our point of view. Okay, we need to be subtle.
Hey, I think you just a little bit sort of answered the question, but you know what you were talking about AI in different ways, you know, and it also sounds so scary if you take it the other way around. Imagine somebody that creates a channel through AI. You know, 90% of the content is about awesome vegan food, and then 10% is about how Jews hate vegans, right? And then you could create the total opposite reaction, right? And so,
What do you mean? Somebody already is doing that today.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, I mean, so the question is, at what point are we kind of drawing that line of what is right and what isn't, right? Or is it just the ultimate goal, what makes the difference? Yeah.
I think like we already lost that battle. So a few months ago, I was watching a YouTube channel about history, and I would watch all these videos, and they were fascinating. They were like 45 minutes long, all animation and voiceover. And after a few days of watching the video, I started thinking, wow, like in all of these places, Israel has caused so many problems. Wow, like everywhere in the world, Israel is always causing problems. And I was like, wait, why am I thinking that? And then I realized that in every one of this YouTube videos, 40 minutes are about the history topic. And in 4 minutes, they make you hate Israel by inputting Israel in every conflict in the world somehow. And it's genius. And those videos are like 7, 8 years old. So it's been happening. We lost that battle. We just have to fight the battle now with AI, and it's better technology, and it's easier and cheaper, and there's no going back.
Which AI technology?
Go to flow.google.com.
Are you being for real though?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, I'm writing it down.
It's Google View 3. That's the best model. It's only 2 weeks old. Check out the last NAS Daily video that I made, the last one, not the pinned one.
It's amazing.
You can imagine any scenario in the world, and you can now make videos with sound. This is only 2 weeks old.
And how long did it take you to make that video?
It cost like $300 in 1 day.
Flow.google.com?
Yeah. It's like a Google View 3 model, VEO3. Any person can now make 8-second chunk videos about anything in the world. You just need to like put them together. It's still a bit complicated, but give it 2 months.
And it costs you $300 in 1 day, but for many other versions, it would be cheaper and faster.
Yes. This is the most expensive because that's the most realistic one.
Any other AI tools that you want to just spit out?
Yeah, HeyGen is another one.
How do you spell it?
HeyGen, HEYGEN. That's what we do for like sound, and it's like a bit cheaper. It's cheaper than Google. Honestly, just these two and you should be good.
But honestly, like I even looked at CapCut the other day, and CapCut now has AI in it.
Does it?
And it's free, and it's not that level, but it's good, and it's getting better.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question for you. Do you have examples of people who started to follow you, and when they started, they were sharing anti-Semitic views and like insulting us, and because they continued to follow you, suddenly they changed their mind? Like, and do you know? Would you be able to say like what was the click? Like, what type of content of what type of videos, in your experience, has managed to really change the mind of some people. Maybe not the most extremists, of course, but some people who are, very critical and who then message you to say, like, thanks to this, like, I changed my mind about Jews or about Israel.
So, I mean, I'll go and maybe you guys can go. I think this stuff happens every day, but it's really hard to quantify. It's impossible to quantify because at this point, I think a lot of us kind of don't engage with the comment section as much. Maybe because it's hurtful, maybe because there's too many comments. So we just don't engage as much. So we know that the butterfly effect is there. I know of one video that I made 6 years ago that is still relevant today, which was about a negative experience I had with a 13-year-old Orthodox Jewish girl in Jerusalem. She thought I was a terrorist because I'm Arab, and I was recording by coincidence because I was recording and she walked past and she was like, "Oh, you're a terrorist, get out of here." And that video got 50 million views. But the reason it got 50 million views is because I used that experience as a way to like have a dialogue with her and say like, okay, we should get along and we should all live here together. And I think that video went viral in even the Middle East. The reason for that is because it showed the Middle East that, hey, I understand your pain. I just felt it. When you kind of resonate with their pain a little bit, they're like, they can start listening. So they're like, okay, wow, this racist encounter just happened to you. I like how you didn't hate her back. I'm inspired by that. But, you need to show them their pain first, and then they can open their heart.
I think it's also very, very hard to quantify and hard to know, but I would say I've become very hardened to think that, like, people that come from a certain place are just gonna not like me and not like my content. And I am proven wrong every now and then.
The Somalia Uber driver.
Yes, I had a Somali Uber driver in Zurich who asked me, I was talking about my boyfriend, and he said, "Where's your boyfriend from?" And I was like, oh, I don't know how to answer this. And I said, I honestly didn't say the answer that I wanted to say. I said that he is Palestinian with Israeli citizenship because I was alone in the Uber and I...
Just say he's from Israel. He should suck it up.
But anyway, in that moment, I was proven wrong because he looked at me and he goes, "I love Israelis." And this guy's Muslim, and he was like, "I had Israelis in my car the other day, and they really made me realize that everything I was taught growing up was a lie." And then I was like, "Actually, my boyfriend." But it proved what I thought was wrong, and I think that keeps happening to me. And so I'm going to try to just feel that is also part of the people that follow me.
Me, I have every day people telling me like, I was thinking this and now you were making me thinking that, because in France I think it's kind of blurry politically, like when you have an information about, for example, a deputy in the parliament who have really extremist views, some people see them as peacemakers. So I'm here to investigate about them and put clear information about people that everybody loves. So some people come to me like, okay, whoa, I thought that she was really cool and she was a peacemaker, and now I realize that she works for Hamas. So it's not that cool. So that's why I try to do so. I think that it's useful, and people... I think that the majority of people have no idea about what this war is. Like, I was dating a girl last year. She was non-Jewish, and sometimes she was like, "Honestly, I like you, but your war, I don't care. I'm tired. Like, I wake up every morning, everybody talks about it. Can't we talk about the fact that in France we don't have money?" So we need to talk to these people, people who. They share content, but they actually don't care, don't know, and only want to learn. And if we tell them truth, they will believe it, and they will go with us. If it's true, they will go.
Actually,
with us.
I love that, and I just want to add on to that. I think we should normalize that it's totally fine if people don't care. Like, we just don't want them to add to it. But like, for example, my mom, if my mom's friends don't care about Israel, my mom cuts them off. Like, we've become very extreme. And I know a lot of people that way, right? It is great if you don't care.
Great. I'm like, we can talk about the birds. We're like, because I have some Jewish friends in the audience because they worked with AJC and we talk only about that, about the war. Sometimes I'm like, wow, my dreams are only about me. I have dreams where I'm in Gaza, you know? I want to dream back about being at a rave and having sex in the toilets, come on. No, but we need to talk to people also who don't care. I love them.
So we're out of time.
I'm a no bullshit woman, sorry. I really cash.
I hope the one thing you can, most likely you'll forget 95% of what we said. You will not forget the sex in the toilets. But I hope the one thing you can remember is that social media content is the best weapon we can have to fight back. And AI is our friend. That's it.
Everyone here can do that.
And everybody here can do that. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you so much to the three of you. I think we now all have the tools to fight the communication battle. So to close the session, I have the pleasure of welcoming back to stage Robert Ajnas, Director General of CRIF, and Anne-Sophie Sauban-Bécage, Director of AJC Paris, for their concluding remarks.
So it was hard to welcome you this morning after the tribute. Now it's hard to conclude after the sex in the toilet. But I will just try. And I'm glad that we finished this forum. We conclude this forum with such a dynamic panel with young people who really are the future. So it's great to end with this very dynamic notes. Thank you all for being with us today for this meaningful moment of reflection, dialogue, and collective action. Today's forum, we hope, was not just another conference where we raise alarms and share troubling diagnoses before returning to business as usual. This forum, we hope, marks the beginning of a new momentum, one that we will give rise to concrete, innovative initiatives built on the conversations that you all had and the connections that we've forged. And there is no choice, to be honest. We don't have any other choice. To meet this moment, to overcome the threat we are facing and protect the next generation, our response must be bold, clear-sighted, collective, and creative. In fact, that work will begin now. Before we close this important day, I'm proud to officially announce the launch of a new transatlantic initiative developed in partnership with the Fulbright Specialist Program. So this project will be led by the American Jewish Committee, and it aims to develop innovative, comparative, and practical responses to the alarming resurgence of antisemitism both in France and the United States. We will build on the outcomes of today's forum, especially the outcomes of the breakout session on different themes that we all reflect about. Our office in Paris, and we will continue to work with CRIF on that. We'll welcome a Fulbright specialist who will work with policymakers, educators, civil society leaders, to identify the best practices we started to address today, to talk about today, and develop actionable recommendations to strengthen our collective response. So this will be more than a research project, but a commitment to building a lasting transatlantic framework that will empower the next generation, strengthen our institutions, and inspire civil society to unlock greater potential for long-term and meaningful impact. So this is our part, our contribution as civil society actors to the France-US bilateral dialogue that you heard about today on the fight against antisemitism. This is what inspired the creation of today's forum. And our Fulbright specialist, so at the end of his stay in France, will produce a set of recommendations that we will share with both the French government and the US administration. And I would actually like now to take a moment to thank the US Embassy. There are diplomats, a lot of diplomats from the US Embassy today in the room, and I thank them for being here, thank them for their incredible support and trust to bring this project to fruition, and their support for today's forum. Tomorrow, just so you know, we will also bring a delegation with the CRIF of young Americans and young French leaders to Normandy for the D-Day to participate in the commemorations and spend a day of reflecting of things that we can continue to do together. And the US Embassy has been very, very, very helpful, so I wanted to thank them and to thank you all again for being here today.
Thank you. First, a heartfelt thanks to you, to AJC. Your practical approach, your dedication, and your drive to always improve make you an essential partner. This forum is just beginning. We look forward to continuing this work together through the Fulbright Project and beyond. Today, we've shared experiences and insights from two major Jewish communities. Ours in France may be smaller, but we've been facing anti-Semitism heard on for over 40 years, since the Copernic synagogue bombing and the founding of our community's protection service, the SPCJ, whom I want to thank for protecting this event today. At CRIF, we've fought anti-Semitism politically, intellectually, and socially. And since October 7, anti-Semitism has taken a new face, radical anti-Zionism that targets Israel and Jews as one and the same. For a long time, we thought the United States was a safe haven. I remember being surprised when I entered the synagogue without seeing police outside, but that was long before October 7. What we've heard today confirms it. Anti-Semitism is now a shared challenge, and more than that, it's a shared fight, not just to protect our community, but to protect our democracies. As Ted Deutsch reminded us this morning, this is about freedom, values, and the kind of world we want to build. So thank you all for being here, for engaging so honestly and passionately. Let's keep going together with clarity, with courage, and yes, with joy. And as Professor Liebstadt said so well, let's be the Jews on the joy side, not just on the oi side. Thank you, merci, and see you next year in the US for the next edition.